I'd like to say a quick thanks, firstly, to the elders, the legends, the veterans of the industry who have been with us since yesterday and for the whole day. Because you know that in platforms like this, where there is a generational mix, young people tend to do things differently than to the elders, and that is usually a cause of conflict, a cause of annoyance sometimes, and at times you may find people would prefer to not stay for the whole session, right? But I think it's a testament that in as much as we are these diverse groups, we really showed respect to the platform and added value to it so that everybody who is here felt it pleasing and helpful to stay for the whole gathering. So thank you for that to the veterans. Thank you to the young people for their conduct as well. So a quick recap of yesterday's session. We began with a report back on the initial consultative sessions that were held in 2021 and to address sort of a way forward about where those discussions went and what they recommended. And the key outputs that came from that, most importantly, the issue of the advisory board. I think my mic is acting up. The issue of the advisory board. And there what has been decided on is that in terms of composition, the MMC stays. The department also stays as a representative in that advisory board. The ward committee member is likely to be a councillor who comes from the cluster of councillors that are represented in this area. And they are not there just to represent their ward, but to represent the cluster of wards that are attached to the Mendi Art Center. The other addition is that we have a representative from the education sector whole instead of instead of just the universities. And then also with regards to business, they are retained as a member of that board of advisory. And there was also discussion that we ensure that key functions such as finance, fundraising, and legal compliance and public management sort of related functions be also represented on that advisory board. And of course that we retain representation of the arts, and I believe we left it at 2 representatives. And we did discuss at length that there's no need to have artists represented in their disciplines in that board, but rather we keep it at 2 representatives who would be mandated by the sector. So obviously that needs the sector to organize itself, to have regular meetings that then would inform the input. Oh, wow, this should be on silent. Excuse me for that. And then, of course, the most contentious one, that the House preferred that we remove the representation of the religious sector, and that they rather form part of the Friends of the Mendi Art Center structure. Also, in relation to the advisory board, it is important that, oh yes, that there be membership from the community, not just through a ward councillor, but direct members who are keeping an eye on the center and are assisting the security personnel to ensure that the center is safe from certain elements in our communities. And then, of course, one of the key things that the advisory board is doing is to fast track the registration of the institution as a non-profit organization. And that was beautifully clarified by Utando in terms of its strategic relevance to the future and the sustainability of the center, which includes the center being able to raise its own funding independent from the municipality, which I think is quite important. And then also that same advisory board have a community engagement plan that they set in place to ensure that there is community buy-in, so that people feel that this center is not just here to service artists, but services and the community at the same time. And then, of course, in terms of infrastructure recommendations that were put forward by the different sector presentations, what is important is that the advisory board and those who would be managing the center to try and focus on those areas of the art sector that have been underserviced. So if there is a need for gallery space, but there is an accessible gallery space nearby, that we rather allow those artists to find a way of using the available space instead of prioritizing that gallery space in this center. So an example was made, or a recommendation was made, that we focus specifically on music and radio, ensuring that whatever further investment is made here improves and uplifts the efforts of that sector specifically. I think I've covered that section of recommendations. We must note, though, that a lot was not discussed due to load shedding. So it gives more work to those who are continuing the discussions, like the advisory board and the management committee, to get to a point of finalizing those recommendations, but also for artists themselves to find time to meet, actually, to say, look, how can we, having made these different presentations, to come to some form of agreement on what will be prioritized, right? And then, of course, our second session was a presentation from the CEO of the National Arts Festival. And I think the important thing there is simply that we will be having a Mandela Bay Arts Festival. I know that that name has been there before, but this is a new festival that will be run by the National Arts Festival leadership together with the municipality. And the key thing there is that the applications to run programs at the festival will end on the 8th of April, and that there is also a call that is going to be made for members of the sector to form part of an artistic committee, and the role of that artistic committee will be to judge, adjudicate on the different applications to run programs at the festival. And the footnote there is that if you do put in an application to be a judge of the programs that are going to be showcased or a member of the artistic committee, you will not be allowed to also run your own program. So it's a sort of a choice between producing a show there or forming part of the adjudication. Snobe Sutukhai has confirmed that unlike other festivals, you will definitely be paid to do the adjudication. So there's a financial opportunity in both, and that's good for the different interests in the sector. And I think there is an openness to what was raised about in future maybe finding or cutting up some of the work to give some of those culture producers or aspiring festival curators and runners to have an opportunity to share in the running of that festival. And I think the House and the CEO were quite favorable to that. And then, of course, to the last session of the day, which was around the history, experiences, and the establishment of a unified body that would represent the sector, specifically in its engagements with its primary stakeholder, which is government, whether local and national government. And we had a beautiful presentation from the General Secretary of ISIFSA, who presented a history of the organizations that have been trying to lead the arts in the Nelson Mandela Bay, chiefly the Nelson Mandela Bay Arts Council, the Not So Soft Landing, and the Bay Creative Collective, right? And of course, and then presenting themselves as ISIFSA and the strides that they have made. Most importantly, there is that they did convene a conference by November the 16th last year, and they have a considerably large membership that they are accumulating in the region, and they've made clusters around the city. And of course, a discussion and recommendation was made that firstly, the city adopts SIFSA to play a coordinating role in the arts, to speak for the artists in the city, but also for SIFSA to continue lobbying other artist groupings that might not know of them yet or might not still be clear on their functions and mandate. So it was recommended that they continue to get that buy-in from the sector, because it's important in order to have a unified sector where there aren't divisions among artists and there isn't this sort of us and them blockage between the sector and the municipality. And I think that concludes our summary of our first day of discussions. I hope I've captured everything well. This will be captured in writing as well. We do have scribes that are with us today and they're working together with me, and it will, I think, be distributed again, maybe at a platform like this. Let me take a comment or two. Leletu, I see your hand. Short up here. Leletu, go first. Okay, noted. Thank you. All right. So the recommendation there was that CIFSA continue to be a leading and coordinating body for arts in the region, right? And that they also continue their lobbying in terms of absorbing, well, not really absorbing, but bringing in other arts organizations to become part of CIFSA and to represent artists in the city. So to organize the arts, yeah.
All right, great. I just wanted to record my view on that, right? That it the first error that was made was to invite one federation to come and make presentations, or one organization to come and make presentations, and then for the house to make decisions on that one federation. I do believe that other organizations should have been given an opportunity to present as well, for people to decide what to associate themselves with. If we move ahead saying CIFSA will be the leading, I think we must accompany that with alongside other federations and other local organizations, because it cannot be that we will only be led by one grouping, whether or not we agree with them ideologically. We need to be open to the fact that there are people who think differently, who also have the right to freedom of association. Municipality cannot say we will only listen to CIFSA or we only recognize CIFSA. It needs to be open to saying we recognize all federations, just like the national government does. National government supports CIFSA financially. However, when it sits down for bargaining matters, it will sit down with CIFSA, with SALSIF, and all other national organizations that are not necessarily affiliated to federations. So we need to emulate what national government does. The question of the support financial and whatnot, I don't want to get into, because it's neither here nor there. It can be challenged however it's challenged. But we need, the principle is that because of the constitutional right to freedom of association, municipality needs to be clear that if there are other federations in the space that work and other organizations that are not affiliated, they need to be sitting down at that table as well, because there's a danger there that we are in a democratic state, but then when it comes to the arts, we're only going to listen to one organization or one body that seeks to represent all artists, but failed to reach out to another body that is just as active, if not more active than them. There's a discrepancy there and an imbalance. Please, I need it to be rectified or recorded that I stated that municipality must work with all federations that exist in this country or in this locality, so that it is fair that all artists' voices are heard. Because
Captured.
maybe not all of us subscribe to how SALSIF works, to how CIFSA works, to how Bay
Captured.
Creatives works, and how SECA works, and. But those voices must be recognized, because generally in this country, people are given that right.
Thanks, Lelet. I see the hands, but I do not want to repeat yesterday. So can you have confidence in me to kind of resolve or help us to resolve? And what I'll say is that yesterday's resolution does not close off consultations with the municipality from any other federation. It really is an instruction to CIFSA to continue organizing the sector. I don't think the discussions now are at a stage where we are simply saying the municipality will only be engaging with CIFSA. I think that would be premature. And that's why it was given to CIFSA this duty to continue convincing and lobbying those existing federations to work together with them. It does not close off that door of opportunity to those federations to say, okay, we actually want to contest this space formally. And I think it'll be up to artists themselves to actually organize that conference to say, look, we want to actually choose who speaks for us. Cool. Okay, let me allocate time to that discussion if that wasn't fine. I'll give 10 minutes to it. Tapio, go ahead. Cela sibe brief, ne?
Mandizibulisele kuye wonke umuntu okhoyo namhlanje. Ndiza kuba mfutshane program director igama nguTawuya
Oh, sorry, man. Sorry.
wakwaMoshayike. Manditsho program director ndithi ndiyacinga ukuba i-recap was not to reverse i-recommendations ebezisezigqityiwe izolo. Everyone will agree today that i-recommendation ifikile isithi uSIFSA must be the federation that is going to play the role of a representative body for the creative sector in Nelson Mandela Bay. But it came with a condition ethi uSIFSA makahambe ayokwenza more groundwork on top of what is done. And it was alluded to that SIFSA is not the only federation that exists, but it was a recommendation from this Indaba that SIFSA is recommended to play that role of a representative body in lobbyishe ezinye organizations to affiliate kunye nezinye artists. So in as much as Poetic Soul esiza with provisions within the relevant legislative prescripts, ibalulekile, but we did make a recommendation which is not in contravention with the right to freedom of association. But a recommendation was made, but asithi le recommendation iti makuvalwe itepe iphume kwicala eliyi-1, but isithi what we sought to achieve yinto yokuba i-sector ibe ne-unified voice. Sathi we are recommending uSIFSA to be the custodian of that unified voice. So ndizama ukuzana lo clarity ilolo hlobo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ngokeli. Do those hands still stand? And ndiyayicela man, see, Leletu, I'll ask that I not entertain you. No, Leletu. No, Leletu. No. Let's. And I don't think there is really a need to continue that discussion.
Bendiphakamisile mos, Chair.
Kayibambe mhlekazi, ndizayivala le point. Masivaleni, izandla mazinixolele, we will not entertain it. Maybe at the wrap up of today's session, we can maybe revisit or clarify or find each other, or during lunch actually. So to get on with the business of today, we have two presentations today that deal with an issue that is not really controversial, but it tends to attract a lot of contestation, which is around funding and remuneration. So the first presentation is on developing a framework for the remuneration of artists, and how I've been advised to sort of explain it really before the presenter comes in to present it is really to find a way of getting artists to be paid fairly, right? One of the tools that already exist in the country is the freelancers, I forgot the formal name, but it's a freelancers associations tool where they have a booklet that they release every year that says, look, the going rate for a scribe is this much. The going rate for somebody who will be facilitating is this much. The going rate for a graphic designer is this much. And this is to standardize how payments are done in the sector, so that you don't get to a company that wants to do business with you and they are suggesting some ridiculously small amount and you have nothing to back you up, really. And so a framework that specifically speaks to the municipality now allows a standardization so that artists don't feel aggrieved and say, oh, because this one's uncle was involved in this and that, they get better rates when they are booked by the municipality and all of that. So it is to have a neutral document that guides the sector, those who will be paying for a service and those who will be giving the service, to how to value the service provider, basically. So with that, oh my goodness, where is, can somebody call Vaughn outside for me? Because he had asked to introduce the speaker. And so the second presentation will be from Vaughn himself, and he will also be presenting on the small arts grant process and methodology. But I'm now calling on Vaughn to introduce our first speaker for today.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, the arts sector, my friends. I think, COVID has had a huge impact, and I said it yesterday. I invited you to attend these very two important presentations today. Presentations, I am mandated by council to keep a database. I am mandated by council to do research on the creative industries. And in your discussion on Mendi yesterday, I was listening. And I'm very pleased that we have reached a stage where you have made a decision in terms of the direction you want to manage the facility. It makes my job easier. But you'll see later on in policy, it's all been pre-planned. And what is happening now is actually a fulfillment of policy that council has approved. So doing things by the book is good. And, just before I make my next statement and Matthew comes in, I was reading Toronto theater last night and what is happening in Canada. Now, the war in Ukraine, Russia, you've probably, if you've not read the statistics, a multi-billion rand creative industry has crashed in Russia. There's no income for probably half its or most of its sector, professionals. It's just collapsed because of war and conflict and bloodshed, which is sad. But in our context in South Africa, we officially in recovery stage of COVID. And I think today is a recovery plan that will have an impact on Mendi in terms of how it operates, in the decisions we make in terms of how the budgets operate, and the benefits for artists in terms of job creation, in terms of remuneration, and sustaining themselves in this beautiful facility. Matthew Akili is a director at Urban Econ. He's been with us for 2-3 years in terms of doing intense and rigorous research into creative industries, which is our mandate. The theme is remuneration. The theme is changing our internal systems in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. In terms of changing our approach to supply chain, because we've always had complaints previously of everybody not benefiting in the system. So it's about creating order as we go along, but we also have the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, because we are in the planning phase for the new financial year. It will help us to set and to change systems so that there's an improvement, and there's the stake in arts and culture in the budget is taken seriously. So let me hand over to Matthew without any further ado, and thank you for the work that you've been doing for us.
Program Director Vaughan, thank you very much for your introductions today. Attendees, artists, that's good morning to you. Attendees, I am not lost on the irony. I'm an economist. I'm standing in an arts production hall, and I'm presenting to artists. So please go easy on me today if my performance doesn't live up to the performances that I'm sure many of you are accustomed to. I think the IT guys are busy trying to put the presentation up, but while they're doing so, I'll just provide a little bit of a background to the study. As Vaughan indicated, the company that I represent, Urban Econ Development Economists, is a national research firm. We undertake research in a variety of sectors, which includes the arts sector, as well as a number of other research that we're busy with at the moment in the province of the Eastern Cape, such as undertaking and updating the provincial SMME strategy and the provincial economic development strategy on behalf of ECDC. Attendees, I come to you today to present a study which we assisted the Metro with back in 2019. I see a number of familiar faces in attendance today. I think many of you participated in in many of the sessions that we hosted in the middle of 2019. And I hope today to give you a little bit of a wrap up as to the key items and recommendations that came from that study. So the study was termed or named towards a Nelson Mandela Bay artist remuneration strategy. If we move to the terms of reference that were given by the Metro at the time, specifically sports, recreation, arts and culture, tasked us with investigating a more effective way that the Metro, as well as the private sector, could enter into formal business with artists. And by doing so, move towards a policy and a guiding document that would be adopted by the industry and indeed adopted by the Metro going forward. This would involve the investigation of what factors should influence how much artists are paid, and when they specifically do work for the Metro. If we move on to the scope of work, the methodology that we adopted for this study was very much based on stakeholder involvement, meeting a number of artists within the Metro face-to-face, soliciting information about their previous experiences in working and doing business with the Metro, in addition to going out nationwide and looking at what other metros and what other municipalities and departments are doing when they engage in business activity with artists. So if we move on to the content of today's presentation, what I will take you through is initially a contextual description of the study, looking at what existing policy is in place at a national and a provincial level. Then I will move on to some of the research that we undertook in engaging with other metros throughout South Africa. I'll explain the artist consultation sessions that we facilitated, the outcomes of those sessions, and then at the end touch on some of the key recommendations that we made together with involving supply chain within the Metro itself, and indeed ensuring that the recommendations that we provided align to local supply chain policy. If we move to the next slide, we are fully aware that in terms of providing a context to where this study sits into the broader vision of sports, recreation, arts and culture, the client informed us that their intentions are very much about creating an interactive mechanism by which artists can engage with the Metro, share information about themselves, and make all potential clients aware of the services that they could offer. Back in 2018, a process took place whereby over the past decade, the Metro recognized that they had a variation of databases of artist information. There was a need to consolidate that into one consolidated database. That database would ultimately become something that would be published online and which artists themselves could update and share information about the specific genre that they're involved with, some of their qualifications, their experiences, so that that information might be available in the public domain and available for potential clients of theirs. This grading platform then would filter from the database itself and ultimately also involve an online website, which would be in the form of an arts calendar, which would be updated on a continuous basis, which would also involve dedicated profiles of artists that could be showcased on the website. If we move to a summary of the 2018 consolidated database, a total of 888 unique individual artists or groups were identified through the 10 previous databases that were on the table already. Just ask the guys to move to the next slide, please. Thank you. Of the information that was available to us through this, we identified that for the most part, all contact information was available for artists. However, very limited information was available as to how long artists had been in the industry, and we weren't always sure of the specific genre in which artists were participating. It was recognized through this process that there would be a need to formalize the database going forward so that there would be key aspects in terms of how information was presented, the specific genre in which artists are involved, where they are located, how many years they'd been in operation, if they'd had any previous awards or accreditations to their name. If we move on to the next slide, I think when you are a researcher such as ourselves, it's very important to step back before you begin primary research and appreciate what is in place in terms of existing legislature and policy, both at a national level and a regional level. Now, to this effect, what we were guided with or by initially was the creative industry cultural domains framework at a global level, which is defined by UNESCO. Now, this speaks to the 6 individual cultural domains that make up the creative and cultural industry around the world. Now, 2 of these are applicable in the context of sports, recreation, arts, and culture, and those are performance and celebration, as well as visual arts and crafts. If we move to the next slide, our research involved or was, yes, ma'am. No problem, ma'am. I'll try and go into a little bit more detail, but I'm just touching on some high points. Otherwise, we might be here all day. In terms of a legislature policy review, I think it was very important for us that we understood what policies set a framework in terms of legislature at a national standpoint. And here we were guided by a number of key documents, such as the National Arts Council Act of 1997, obviously the National Development Plan 2030, which I'll touch on in a little bit more detail just now, as well as a number of provincial guiding documents which frame the creative and the cultural industry at a provincial level. If we move to the next slide, we also recognize that there are a number of departments involved, some directly and indirectly in the cultural and the creative sphere, as well as a number of municipalities that have prioritized the need to promote arts and culture as a means of job creation, and as a potential growth sector in a number of regions throughout South Africa. We're also aware, and given the context of this study, that we need to work within the framework of government procurement. I'm sure as many artists, some of you have worked directly with government before, some at a provincial level, some at a metro level, and there are very defining acts in terms of the Public Finance Management Act and the Municipal Finance Management Act. And so whatever recommendations came out of the study, it was very important that alignment to these acts was found. If we move on to the next slide, the slide specifically talks about the National Development Plan and what this plan says about cultural and creative industries. We see in the National Development Plan that CCIs are a priority for economic and social development in urban areas, as well as undeveloped rural areas throughout South Africa. The NDP recognizes that development here can be achieved Test. Great. Sorry about that. So the NDP recognizes that development in the sector can be achieved by ensuring that government funds arts and culture programs that seek to promote knowledge and understanding of South African culture. If we move to a background in terms of how artists procure business within the South African context, our research informed us that, in general, there are three main categories of not artists, but how artists indeed conduct business. The first are those artists that prioritize work in doing business with corporates and at special events. We see industries or associations such as Business and Arts South Africa as driving the process when it comes to this type of clientele. We also recognize that there are a number of artists, I'm sure many in the room here today, who are either formal or informal in nature in terms of their business operations and conduct business through promoting them in terms of platforms on social media, or indeed playing at regular clubs and pubs or regular facilities in which they have either a formal contract with or an informal contract with. Some artists also regularly do business with government, and this is really the focus and the niche of what we are looking at today. Generally, as and many of you know, when government procure any form of service, it needs to be undertaken through the Municipal Finance Management Act. And it's through these regulations that obviously artists find it quite difficult to always meet the needs and the requirements of municipal legislation. If we move on to the next slide and we start looking at the benchmarking assessment that was undertaken as part of our study. You can go to the next slide, thank you. Through our process, we engaged with a number of metros and departments throughout South Africa to understand, have they indeed got a policy in place which speaks to artists doing business with either the state or with individual municipalities. We reached out to cities such as the city of Cape Town, the Gauteng Province Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Department, the Western Cape Government Arts, Culture and Language Services, as well as the KwaZulu-Natal Government, specifically the Department of Arts and Culture. And what we found in our engagements with them is that very little had gone so far as to establishing formal policies and formal legislation in this regard. The best we can find as we move to the next slide is an example that was forwarded to us at the time by the KZN Department of Arts and Culture, which looked at what they called a artist procurement policy. This at this stage in 2019 was in a draft format, but what it does is it begins to formulate some of the indicators in which the KZN department are using to either classify or grade their artists. So for example, they are looking at the number of records that indeed some artists have published, the number of times artists have been paid for private or public performances, the number of awards are won by artists either in provincial or national competitions, the number of times they've been nominated for international awards, the number of times they might have indeed won one of these awards, and in the case of musicians, how many paid downloads they might have been successful in selling over a period of time. Now, what this model has did for us at the time, together with our other engagements with other departments in terms of some of their informal policies that they put in place, was to begin to identify some potential classification criteria that the Metro indeed could use in terms of setting up a suitable grading and classification of artists, in the recognition that there are various genres that exist and that some artists obviously have far more public awareness than others. Some artists have far more experience. Some artists have formal qualifications. Some artists are recognized at an international or either a national level. And therefore, for a specific event that an artist is procured for, not all artists can be paid the same. So if we start to look at the classifications that we were going to test in the study, we came up with a number of these, such as, does an artist have a tertiary qualification? Do they have proof of album sales? Do they have, or have they received national or regional awards? And have they been recognized at performing regularly at, for instance, national festivals? When moving to the next slide, we can see that we categorize these into 4 key themes. First was formal qualifications, secondly, experience, thirdly, achievements, and then ultimately commercial success. Now, we obviously began to consider all these classifications, but we needed some methodology in which to say, well, how important is a tertiary qualification versus potentially album sales or winning an award? And we felt that the only responsible way in which to rank the importance of these different gradings was to actually go out and consult with artists directly. So the next few slides detail the process that we undertook to engage with artists throughout the Metro in the middle of 2019. The idea of these workshops was to obviously inform artists about the process that we were undertaking, to initially understand some of their challenges that they had experienced in previously working with government, with municipalities, or indeed with the Metro, and to obviously ascertain some key feedback in terms of what they felt the appropriate grading and classification matrix might look like. So if we look at the next slide illustrates the 6 clusters that make up the Metro. And it was decided in conjunction with the client that it would be responsible for us to at least host 1 workshop in each of the clusters. If we move to the table shows the venues that were utilized for the clusters and the specific dates in which those workshops were held, together with the number of artists that attended those specific workshops. The weeks leading up to these workshops, publication and advertisements were put into various newspapers, as well as, I believe, also broadcast on the radio, as well as the Metro's website, to inform artists of these events. These events were held in the evening so that obviously people with day jobs could attend these. And I'm happy to say that across the 6 workshops, a total of 119 individuals, excluding those ward councillors and officials that were also part of a process, attended those gatherings. Now, once we'd made a presentation at each of the workshops, we found it very important to solicit individual feedback from research, from all attendees. So what was developed was a data collection tool. The purpose of this tool was that artists could sit down and respond to us and give us key inputs themselves. It asks information such as their basic information, where do they reside, what art form or genre are they involved with, who are their specific markets or clientele that they focus on? Do they existing or have they in the past received any government support? What is their level of formalization? Are they, for instance, a registered business, or do they just work part-time on an informal basis? And then also give us some inputs in terms of the genres and the classifications that I'd mentioned previously, and give us some perspective in terms of their opinion as to what they felt were the most important grading criteria and classifications that we could implement as part of the recommendations for this study. As a means to summarize the outcomes of the research that we did during those workshops, you'll see on the screen here that for the most part, we received quite good responses across the board. A total of 76 data collection tools were populated, and this represented obviously individual artists, or in some cases a group would sit down because they obviously are in business together and populate that database together. If we move to the next slide, we see that the majority of surveys were populated either as a group, being 62%, whereas 38% constituted an individual artist. What was really telling from the feedback that we received is some indications as to the formalization of artists. We found that less than half of artists actually operated as a formalized registered company. Just more than half had actual formal business bank accounts. 55% were registered in their personal capacity with SARS. less than 40% actually had a BEE certificate, and less than 30% were VAT registered. Now, if you just look at these general indications, all of those requirements are such that if you do business with the state or you do business with the metro, you would indeed need to have a bank account. You would need to have a BEE certificate. So for the most part, what it was telling us is that artists were actually not necessarily equipped with the tools and the fundamentals to allow them to actually bid for work and enter into formal business with the metro. If we move to a couple of other indicators, we looked at how long artists had been in the industry. And for the most part, 70% at that time had been operating for less than 10 years. We then looked at some issues such as the profiling of clientele, and we see that most artists consider themselves working independently, whereas only 19% said that they regularly had corporate business that they relied on in terms of income. I think most importantly, we start to move towards the nitty-gritties of what we were really trying to ascertain from artists. And this is, what are the indicators and what are the gradings and classifications that they felt are most important when setting the income parameters for artists. And of the 5 classifications, these top 5 were rated as the most important by artists. The first being the number of official albums or publications that released. The second being the number of competitions won. And the third, the number of proven paid downloads, album sales, etc., that artist had managed to achieve in their career. The next slide shows the converse to that. And these are some of what artists would consider the least most important issues when it comes to the grading and classification of artists. So here we see the number of times participating in a paid public performance, the number of nominations for an artist award, or having indeed a tertiary qualification. So as we move to the next slide, we see here, this slide shows employment directly or indirectly to perform or conduct creative industry work for Nelson Mandela Bay. And what we found is that 60% of artists indicated that they'd never done any formal work for the metro itself. Those 40% that had indeed done work for the metro indicated to us that 60% of them, approximately 60% of them, had been satisfied with the business engagement with the metro. However, I think what is quite notable here is that 38%, if we move to the next slide, indicated that they were actually quite dissatisfied by the experience in working with the metro. In addition to grading and classification, one of the other areas is the question of what type of general support artists are seeking from the metro. And what emerged here is that 89% of artists indicated that they felt the metro needed to do a better job in facilitating training on behalf of artists in a variety of spheres. Now, in terms of the different types of training that artists were asking for, if we go to the next slide, the number one priority was that of business training. They felt that the metro had a duty to provide guidance to them as artists as to how they could equip themselves with the skills to promote their businesses, to look after their businesses from a financial perspective, and also equip themselves to either gain future employment with the private sector or indeed through municipalities or the public sector. Other aspects of training included specifically guidance in terms of the procurement process, acquiring funding or financing, and then developing their own financial models to maintain their businesses. If we move to the next slide, some general open-ended feedback that we got from those sessions was that for the most part, attendees felt that the workshops themselves were incredibly valuable. Okay, all right. So what we also asked within the the database or the data collection tool specifically was for artists to give us some open-ended perspectives as to if they felt the workshops had indeed been valuable and if they felt that this could make a difference going forward for them. So you will see here one individual said that they were happy to get the opportunity and to participate in the workshop. A number of them also raised other points such as the quality of artist work should determine the payment levels that they receive. And a number of other comments focused on the idea that for the most part, they felt that the Metro and specifically sports, recreation, arts and culture should be more visible on a regular basis. And they felt that, for instance, at that time, that workshop had been the first opportunity in some time that they had had a formal opportunity to engage with Metro officials, and they were indeed asking for more visibility in that regard. If we move now on to the real crux of what today's presentation is about, we start looking at the remuneration or the payment model. Now, the payment model is developed to assign or to attribute numeric, i.e. numbers, to the compensation value that is indeed deemed to be fair for a specific artist, given their genre in which they participate. This was informed obviously by the surveys and the workshops that I've mentioned already, engagement with living arts, engagement with, as I mentioned, the KZN draft policy, as well as just general research with regards to what the private sector is indeed compensating artists to undertake certain events. Now, the idea here was to take each of the individual genres and to set a price floor and a price ceiling in terms of what an artist could fairly be paid for a once-off gig or a once-off appearance, should they indeed participate or be appointed by the Metro to be at an event or indeed perform at some kind of a function. Now, this was to obviously indicate a fair and realistic price point that the Metro could then utilize going forward. Now, what you see on the screen here is the different categorizations in terms of the various price floors and price ceilings that were presented. So the various categories or artistic categories that were used was music in general, dance, other entertainment, graphic design work, as well as master of ceremonies and comedic work. So on the next few slides, you will begin to see the actual numbers, and these are relevant to 2019, that the study had determined were a fair price floor and a price ceiling for performing artists. And let's make reference to some of these. So in the sense of appointing a master of ceremonies, obviously it was recognized here that if indeed the master of ceremonies is a big name celebrity, they might be recognized on an international scale or indeed be a national celebrity, they might be paid towards the higher end of the price ceiling there for a specific event. Whereas if someone was just really starting out in the industry, they hadn't really had much experience, they might be closer to the price floor there of 30,000 for a day's work. We then moved to, and I think if we could go to the next slide, some examples of celebrity DJs. Here we look at obviously the same characteristics. If a DJ is recognized, they maybe are a national DJ on a national radio station, they might be paid towards the higher end of the scale. We then look at other types of categories of DJs, such as club DJs, function DJs, etc. We also recognize that there are a number of other categories, such as professional jugglers, stilt performers, fire dancers, unicyclists, etc. and you'll see the price range for such a performer is much smaller in that regard. And then if we move to the last one, here we specifically are focusing on the dance genre, and this is obviously dependent again on the level of experience, the level of popularity, and indeed a solo performer is going to be, was indeed going to ask for a lower rate than someone that obviously consists of a group of 8 performers who would be paid at the higher end of that scale. Now, artists, what I must say is that these figures were obviously sourced from a number of information sources, and they were provided to the Metro as a guideline. It was recognized that the Metro themselves would need to determine the price floor and the price ceiling that was applicable to them in terms of their procurement policy. But I think what this did provide is some substance and some backing as to where indeed the figures were ascertained from. As I'll now move towards the final section of the presentation, you will see here that this slide is entitled Public Sector Supply Chain Management. And at this point in the study, we had the opportunity to engage directly with the Metro Supply Chain Unit. And in our engagements with supply chain management, they indicated to us that it was or is entirely viable to use the current provisions within the supply chain management process to create a structured procurement model and a process in which to directly appoint local artists to do business with the Metro. Supply chain management indicated that they make provision for both private agents or individuals as well as businesses to do direct work and procure work from artists and from companies. Obviously, within this, they recognize that there is a need to work within the formal bounds of the Municipal Finance Management Act, as well as South Africa's BBBE policies. Recognition was given that these systems are put in place to protect both the state, the private individual, and private entities when engaging with procurement and business dealings. We make specific reference here to a number of phrases that are included within supply chain policy. For instance, fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective, as well as it is consistent with national economic policy concerning the promotion of investments and the conduct of business with the public sector. So now we need to ask ourselves, well, how can this practically be done? And how can we expose more artists who might be at this point informal and actually want the opportunity when it comes around to be able to do business with the Metro? What needs to be put in place? What do artists themselves need to do? And what type of support could the Metro offer artists to empower them to gain work, either from a department or indeed from the Metro itself? And so what we set up was the idea of a 5-step procurement rollout process. This begins with an information sharing and capacitization phase with artists and ends up with step 5 being the actual appointment of artists through a request for proposals process. Now, what I will do now is take you through each of those steps. So if we move to the next slide, I think what was very important and what emerged from the workshops is that there isn't always full comprehension and full awareness of what supply chain policy means, how the Metro actually engages with individuals or with small businesses when they need to procure work or they need the services of, for instance, an artist. And so what I mentioned earlier in terms of an artist having a SARS income tax number, be it as an individual or be it as a business, an artist having a dedicated business bank account, an artist having BBB accreditation, an artist being registered on the National Central Supplier Database. These are all pre-requirements that an artist would need if they want to solicit business from the Metro in future. And so it was felt that what the Metro should do is actually, in conjunction with sports, recreation, arts and culture, in conjunction with supply chain management, is actually do an entire roadshow, which would be a capacitation drive to inform artists of the different processes, the different registrations that they would need to go through, and also pinpoint individuals either within the municipality or in the private sector who could assist them with these various registration processes. This drive would obviously take place over a number of months, but what ultimately this should achieve is obviously bringing to a point a number of either artist businesses or artists themselves that themselves are empowered and are given the opportunity to engage with the Metro. After that, step 2 is about drafting an expression of interest. Now, this is where the Metro themselves takes the classification and the grading guidelines that we spoke about previously today and begins to formulate basically an advertisement, asking all the artists that they've empowered to actually respond to an expression of interest, submit all their formalized information, such as their SARS registration, but also start submitting some key documentation in terms of explaining or justifying their experience as an artist. So this would be, for instance, any formal copies of awards that they'd won, any formal evidence of album sales, for instance, any formal evidence of tertiary or any courses or upskilling that they'd previously been undertaken. And I think what this would then do is it would enable the Metro themselves to begin to look at the spectrum of the price floor and the price ceiling and position artists dependent on their experience into a suitable payment category. Step 3 is where the expression of interest goes out, and it actually asks artists in a specific window to submit all their documentation. The Metro then goes through a process of shortlisting artists that have obviously complied, both in terms of formal compliance, BEE, being registered with supply chain, etc., as well as those artists that have submitted evidence of their credentials. And from that, let's say 250 artists in a specific genre were to submit an application for expression of interest, the Metro might decide that they have space to appoint 30 or 40 or indeed be at 100 in that specific category. So each artist would be ranked according to their classifications and the various awards that they had been had ascertained. What that would mean is that you as an artist would receive feedback from the Metro saying that you had been successfully shortlisted, and from that point onwards, you would be able to be eligible to respond to requests for proposals for specific events, for specific festivals going forward. And that's where the request for proposal process would start. Whenever there's an event, whenever there's a festival, indeed the Metro would put out an advert, but that advert would only be sent to those artists that had pre-qualified. It wouldn't be published in a newspaper. And so the credentials of those artists and what they'd achieved, and by being shortlisted, they would then be eligible to do business with the Metro going forward. So attendees, in summary, and we are more than happy between Vaughan and myself to take any questions after this. If we move to the way forward, obviously this study is nearly 3 years old now. Vaughan will explain to you, as he's already explained, that obviously the various lockdowns have inhibited this process going forward. But I think really today is another opportunity to get some feedback from you as attendees about how indeed you, if you agree with this concept, if you agree with the recommendations. But what we had said at the time when we handed the study over to the Metro is that there was definitely, if we go to the next slide, a need for more engagement, more awareness. There was definitely the potential to revise what has been put on the table here through further interactions with artists and indeed with supply chain. And inherently, there's that need to upskill, to really empower artists with the ability to actually undertake formal business and to engage in business activity with the Metro and then also with the private sector going forward. I'd like to thank you very much for your time this morning. Thanks.
Can Brent join us on stage as well, please? We're going to have a Q&A session quickly. So we'll take, depending on how many people are interested, we'll have about 3 rounds of 5 questions each. Can we be brief as possible? No introduction, just your name and the point you want clarified or the comment you want to make. Please allow me to stop you if I feel like you're dwelling on something that's been clear. And I'll be doing that out of respect. Cool. Is Brent still coming?
Cool. My colleagues, my fellow artists, I think the recommendations that we have seen coming from the research in terms of the database. And these are very important decisions that we have to make with your guidance. We feel that we need to recommend to council that we employ grant officers to support the database process. You can think about that. And then the second recommendation is that, we would want to take this to council for us to initiate a process where we get this model formally into all departments of the city, that there is vibrant debate and that there is one system in the municipality with respect to remuneration for artists. So we can field the questions.
So I'll take the first 5. I'm going to take new faces first. 1, 2, a dot with the cap here. 3, 4, 5.
My name is Patrick Pasha. Firstly, too much stuff on the screen. It's a lot of stuff we couldn't absorb, but that's not the issue. We'll see that later on. My recommendation is there's something glaringly missing on what was presented. Seeing that discussions are about artistic remuneration, I'm feeling that local government and national government should assist artists discussing issues that we artists are not benefiting. Firstly, we are not registered with the Department of Labor. Farm laborers are registered. Women go to maternity leave. We artists are not registered as artists. I'm 89 years. I should have been getting money from the Department of Labor by now. So it should be added there that we should be registered with the Department of Labor. How it can be discussed locally and nationally.
Okay, thank you. My second hand was over there. You can go ahead.
My name is Ayandamji. I'm a visual artist. So in your research, I think I didn't see anything about visual art and craft as well. So.
Okay, thank you. Very important. The cap over there.
Okay, good morning. My name is Mondewani.
The gentleman with the cap.
Yes, the gentleman. Thank you. Basically, there are a few concerns I would raise, or maybe comments I would raise on the presentation. The first problem, the first challenge I see is that there's going to be a lot of opportunity for many artists to be disadvantaged. Because once you begin to classify people and then say you're going to employ people according to qualification, then it means that a lot of us are not going to be part of any work in the municipality. That's the first thing. Because that also clashes with the agenda of development and promotion. Because if you're going to take experienced artists, because you want to, okay, you do want to sort of qualify the quality of whatever event is going to take place. But then what you're also doing at the same time, you're sort of forever going to disadvantage these artists that don't have the experience. And unless there's an agenda to bring up the artists that don't have the experience, this situation will always remain. So that's the first thing.
Can we keep it to one question, that just out of fairness for everyone?
I'm telling you, they want to hear all, then they can respond to all.
I'll entertain you in the next round, don't worry.
The next round.
All right, colleagues, allow me to chair the session. I am working in your interests. Thanks. Uba with the shades. Ngapha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Alex Koza. Mrs. Leletu, Mamu Leletu, hold on. Same applies to me, Mama. I'm so happy with your initiations. But fact of the matter, what is transpired? I thought that you are going deep to assess how you are going to make us happy in order to acknowledge you and respect you with your service, because we've been here so long. But we keep on moving the same direction all these years. There's no improvement for us. We'll be happy for you in terms of what you have initiated, that you can look at us deeply with the mindset of giving us a better opportunities to showcase our talent on our own and come up with a plan and showcase to you as municipality and give us the platform to showcase that. I don't want to be long. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Sisi netopem trap. You got the questions.
You know, so I want to find out from any Spumeneyo what's the study that you guys did? Because I feel very left out as a fashion designer. And if you guys like, the most important thing I want to know is art. Is fashion art, or do you guys regard fashion as art? Because
you.
Guys,
Thank you.
it's too
Thank you.
much.
So I'll give over to our panelists to give a couple of responses.
In response to all the questions, and I think if Matthew wants to add or Brent wants to add, Reverend Pasha, you are absolutely correct. I think what is lacking in the department, I work, my job stops at a certain point, and I write a lot of emails to my bosses. I think the important thing is that if I were to get a recommendation out of what you're wanting us to do, is that you give us the mandate to have an agreement with the province and the national government. We need that mandate from Indaba to say, please create a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture in the province, because we're not talking at the moment. Let us have a mandate to speak to the government, especially on labor issues, and let us do that. But you need to tell us to do that. Monday, you are right. In terms of what you are saying, our intention is to, in policy at the highest quality level, to sustain and upskill. The mandate given in 2009 by government was that in terms of the creative industries, we need to formalize the sector. It's always been a mandate, formalize. So I was advised yesterday by my acting director, Bongiwe, that I need to unlock the workshops money in the city so that we can continue spending more time. As Matthew said, we need more time. If you're saying to us, let's revisit this model, we can start a process to do that. I understand exactly where you're coming from, but in terms of national NDP drive formalization of the sector in Russia, a formal creative economy sector collapsed. Salaries, jobs, overtime, that collapsed. In America, the same. In the UK, the same. In Africa, the same. Everybody's struggling. So we are dictated to by law, but we also have to be creative in that process. Mr. Kuze, with respect to your inputs, it is at our heart to work with previously disadvantaged communities and individuals. It is a policy aspect, and over the last 21 years working here, that's been my energy and focus, you know. But we need to, again, as with Monday, if you say to us, please, let's revisit, let's continue the more conversations, and let's refine this process. But at the highest level, I think if you look at it again, we are leading in terms of the province, in terms of our thought processes and putting out our ideas. In terms of the fashion industry, I would like you to maybe get a copy of this presentation from us, because in there are certain policy elements in the presentation. No, it's not. The database was not presented fully today, just as a synopsis. But there are policy elements where we need to bring new elements into policy. It's not in place, but fashion needs to come into the policy. So we need to make that. It's not currently in the policy. It's not in the white paper on arts and culture either. The revised version, it's not there.
Please, no. Order, please.
You can verify the facts. I can provide you the information. And that is what my response. Please see the documentation. Come to my office, have a discussion, and we can show you what we are referring to, okay? Anybody else want to? Okay, Matthew will add, can Matthew just...
Thanks, Vaughan. I think the gentleman in the hat, he had the question with regards to, would this remuneration model exclude artists with limited experience or maybe just starting out? And I think it's actually in converse to what the intention is. We obviously recognize that should an artist who's just begun in the industry be looking to perform at an event, they notably wouldn't be able to be paid the same rate as maybe an internationally or nationally respected artist. But what the model does is it enables that every 3 years for that artist to acquire experience, to acquire album sales, and then when those expression of interests are re-released every 3 years, that artist who might have been a grade 1 artist in 2020, suddenly in 2023, they have qualified to be a grade 2 or a grade 3 artist, and therefore they move into the next payment bracket. So it's actually quite progressive in nature. And I think the Metro has recognized that they're not just after appointing nationally and internationally recognized artists. They really have a duty to create the platforms, to create the experiences, to employ young artists moving into the industry for the first time, so they themselves can gain that experience and move up the various grades. Thanks.
I'm hoping that covered those first 5 questions. Yeah, there was a question on visual artists.
I think my response was essentially, the strengths of living arts. The division I manage is performing arts and film. So, yes, we need to revisit that, and we need to have more conversations with respect to that. Maybe we need to do a specialized focus on the visual arts as we proceed, because and then just have a cluster approach in terms of visual arts. So. You must remember 3 years ago, COVID stepped in. We did not have a chance to present. So there's opportunity to do more work in terms of all the genres that are here today, or that is reflective in the contour of the Metro's cultural identity. So this process is an ongoing process. And we can have conversations in between as we revisit and as we relook and as we do further investigations.
Okay, never mind. So let me take another round. Tawia, Sissy with the cap, Mama with the head rasp, and Otata with the hat there. My man over there, sure, in that order. So I'd humbly request that those people I've noted to manage the breaking of the mic to go and speak on that mic, but don't remove it. Yes, I've said 3 rounds of 5 questions, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Are you maybe saying that because we attended both days, are you penalizing us for that?
I wouldn't be penalized. I've just noted you as well, so I don't know what you mean by penalty.
No. Based on what you said, because I just want to know maybe so that we don't raise our hands.
No, Mhlekazi, that doesn't apply because I've noted you. I just said I'm going to entertain new hands so that we don't monopolize the sitting. It's. As an explainer, I am trying to ensure that everyone participates, right? So firstly, if there are people who've been here and their voice, please. Thanks, Tawi.
Chair, I want to first raise that I'm dissatisfied with how this particular session is being coordinated, especially noting the fact that we are speaking on police. Now, in terms of my contribution, the first thing I saw when Mr. Matthew was presenting is that from the onset, there was a focus on 6 sectors, and we've got 9 sectors. So I'm not surprised with the questions that are being raised in terms of other sectors. Now, to continue, there was also a part in the presentation that mentions that there were workshops conducted. In Champion Galela, the venue that was used for the workshop is a venue in Garvenberg, right? And there were only 5 artists in attendance at that particular workshop for Champion Galela, but was conducted in Garvenberg venue, right? Now, what does that mean? That means that if those 5 people come from different sectors in the arts, there were a representation from 5 sectors, and there were 4 sectors that were not represented there. And what does it mean for the policy that was presented today? Perhaps we should all agree that the presentation should be a foundation, but it requires a top structure in a sense that it's not a true reflection of the aspirations of the creatives in the city, because the consultation and those workshops have proven not to be extensive. If you take from that presentation, there were 119 artists in total. That means there was an average of 20 artists per cluster, and their sectors not represented. So I would advise that at least this process of speaking to artists again is conducted, and this time is conducted thoroughly. Thank you.
Thanks. Olandelayo.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. My name is Kiki. I sing gospel music. For me, I think I also want to add to what Uput Monde was talking about, the development of artists. Because you notice to all the things that were there, they really making it difficult for most artists to be given a chance. And with those things that were written there, even when you go at the offices of arts and culture, they're like a boundary that you cannot go over. Even before you go, there is a boundary. When you read those requirements that says you are not welcome in this office. So for me, I would suggest that we need more workshops. We need more ways of developing artists than having requirements that will make us not be able to get the what to call this, ufumana izinto ezifunyanwayo, because sawuhlala silamba, sawuhlala sisokola sizi-artist zase-Eastern Cape eGqeberha. So now I would suggest that open more platforms for us to learn. And even these things of PEE and everything, call us into meetings where we will be trained on those things and have those documents. Ngokuthi sincedwe yi-Department of Arts and Culture to have them. Enkosi.
Thank you.
Yes, Bulse. My name is Florence Ndengwana. Diagnosiseko. Mna, yeah, ndiyazamkela izinto zibhaliweyo phaa. Andikho nto ndizayibhekisela ngapha. But bendizocela kumunicipality ukuba if I do work for you and you tell me that you'll get your payment in 30 days, please this time, make sure that 30 days yenzeke. Ngoba thina sigityiselwa ngamatye with stones ngama-artists to be paid. Don't wait a year, 2 months to pay. Please. And you're working for artists. Please make sure that you call counselors with you. Because at this age, I don't have power or amandla anymore to teach kids on the street or in a park, because I can't get a hall, a little room for a hall. I did that before with African Renaissance for 19 years. But now I'm asking you, please, because we were born for this as legends. We can't stop teaching kids because we are mothers and fathers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Molweni bantu baseGqeberha. Torhwana na njengomntu ke o hard-headed. Nhloko lukhuni. Kunzima ukuvumelana okanye ukungavumelani nale document. It's difficult to agree or disagree with it. Because andiphethanga sandleni mina ndikhwela ndiyifunde ndithi okanye a day before or a week before the workshop, so that I have an intercourse ibalulekile qala kwenzela ukuba uthi usiza enhlanganisweni ube so ready for ukuxoxa. So what I'm asking Department of Arts and Culture, email us documents so that we deal with it, so that we contribute apha enhlanganisweni. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mhlakazi. Thank you very much. My name is Lungelo. I'm into art development for kids. In terms of this program, what I will say, one, don't revisit the model, make the document available to everybody. Because to start the thing again, takes time to research something. Maybe we could have then a workshop after everybody has read it. Can you maybe make the slot for writing the email bigger on the attendance register? Because you might miss us because some of us have the most beautiful writings in the world. You can have all the will to help somebody, but if they are not compliant, there's nothing you can do with them. So one of the recommendation will be, can we maybe annually have a week where Ezra can make it possible for everybody to be compliant, not make them compliant, make them aware of what they are sure of, make them everybody that they are registered on CST. The reason for asking that is that 61, that thing says 60% of the artists are not happy. It also said 81% need business training. So I'll call for these three things, make the thing available. Can we maybe have a workshop so that we can discuss a document? Can we maybe have an annual week for compliance check? Maybe it could be made here or in town, whatever, people can come in and check their documents and be told what to do. That could also look at the business training as a recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Wati. Before they give the answers, there's a bit of an announcement. So apparently we do have people who are here today, but we're expecting to attend a community safety tourism session. The announcement is that that session was actually postponed. So apologies to those who thought that this engagement would be about that. Thank you. Sure.
In terms of the first question, and it cuts across many more, I think we note your inputs, but I appreciate the fact that you're saying to us, let this be the foundation to evolve and to restart. Thank you. We accept your recommendation. More workshops. Yes, I've mentioned earlier, and Utando and Brent will remind me about Bongi's conversation yesterday. Arts and culture money was stolen by administration. I was told to go and get it back. So trust me, I'll go and get the workshop money back, and then we can activate that for more platforms. Florence, yes, you are very dear to our hearts, African Renaissance. I think the process in terms of addressing the issues, and sometimes Treasury doesn't like me for doing this. But again, you are raising it year after year, decade after decade. What we can do is to write to Treasury after this Indaba to say that we change the supply chain management policy, that artists, and we agree on a time frame period with respect to payment dates. And we are allowed to do that. We are allowed to change our systems in the municipality. And because we've got such a huge platform, and your concerns are genuine, we need to do our work and write to our superiors. Yes, we can email documents if we get the. It is now public, so I think we can do that. That's noted. But it is also important that you do register on our database as well, so that we've got your contact details. Lungela, I think I accept that we distribute documents, that we, once we get confirmation of internal support financially, we can set up a next workshop. And then your recommendation for annual week for compliance, I think it's something we need to put into the system. We need to write to other managers, and we need to write to Treasury and say, the arts sector specifically, outside everybody else, this is what we want, And it's my job, and Brent will assist me, and to get that message across to the supply chain and Treasury. So that's my response. Matthew, do you want to? Brent? Brent's got something to add.
Let me stand up. I think generally, you can all hear me. I must say, for a starter, one of the key aspects, we end up hearing, talking about visual arts, you're talking about labor, you're talking about various sectorial issues, that creates a lot of frustrations amongst artists around government and government's response to addressing these challenges, But one of these things we need to look at holistically. Where's national government on these issues? I've even listened yesterday myself into the CIFSA presentation that was made around strides. It was done, a couple of years ago. And so many issues pertaining to artists, is still not formalized. They're trying to create policies. They're trying to put systems in place. And I think that is the fundamental point here. When the sector is organized, there's a gel between the officials, the department, in order to look at milestones. We're talking a strategic document, a business plan for the arts, a 5-year strategic implementation plan that needs to be crafted that deals with quite a few things, not only the 5 sectors or the 6 sectors that maybe there's a few sectors that's been missing from the presentation. This was done in the absence of quite a various aspects, So what I would urge everyone, let's take this document. This was benchmarked nationally. There's various municipalities in the country that we found out don't even have this. There's some municipalities that are saying, thank you, Municipality Nelson Mandela Bay, for even putting something like this on the table, because we don't even have that. And please let us know when you're done with these things so that we can also start engaging on these things. So I think nationally, there is also challenges when it comes to the interpretation of this. But I think on my side of things, when you're looking at national and the national white paper, when we're talking about fashion with a lady on that side, there's so many things, there's the Department of Trade and Industry, which got an incentive model. You've got a DAC, it's got an incentive, Arts and Culture Developmental model. Then there's an overlapping aspect, and that is why the cultural and the creative industry, the merger of that. So I think based on that, there's a developmental agenda, which is arts and culture, which is a local government prerogative of arts and culture. And then there's also a creative industry model, which is incentivized, which is a job creation component as well, which is SARS regulatory framework attached to it for us to be able to see who's doing what, and where and when. When it comes to festivals that's being presented to in the city, I'll briefly talk about Splash in my next presentation coming up. But or going forward, there's little aspects that cuts across various sectors. But I think in generally the idea, Mr. Jafter and Director, in your presence, I think we really need to activate a workshop budget. We need to have consultative sessions consistently throughout this year, and not let this only be now and then we forget about certain situations. That document, there's a lot of gaps in that document, which has not completely intellectual information coming from artists on that service the needs of the artist in that presentation. So I do think we have to take it back to the arts fraternity in order to have a collective understanding, in order to craft a document to council to understand and to be able to fund for us. Because without the budget environment, all these things is in vain. So we really need to work collectively to try and drive a systematic approach going forward. That's just hopefully that touched a bit on a few things.
All right, thanks, Brent. So, the last round. So this will be the last round on this for this session. So I'm taking the last 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right at the back. Lele Tunqolele this time around.
Sorry, can I note this, please? Just the answers are on the, but I wanted to be understood that I don't know, and I'm very frustrated right now because I take myself up to a level where I need to focus extra to grasp what's going on. And only once in a while, if I did not grasp the concept, I will raise my hand and ask the question for that particular part to be explained properly. Now, there were 2 parts I missed that I felt were crucial for me. I don't know these 6 ndondons that were spoken of because only 2 were announced.
Leletu, I apologize.
Please hear me because I'm part of this.
Leletu,
I don't know.
this is not the last engagement on this issue.
That's the thing. I'm going to step away from here not knowing what it was about. It may not be the last, but it was an opportunity for me. Just 6 things to be read, to be listed, so that I am up to date with it. Nobody has to catch up to my challenge. I have to catch up to your ability. I don't understand what the presentation was saying. The amounts that were read out, I don't know what they pertain to. I don't know what the presentation was about. Yet I'm here representing 60 people. When I raised my hand once to ask, please just read them out for me so that I can connect with the last thing that was said. When I needed to raise my hand the second time, I didn't because I was already told that it's going to waste time. My inability to see a presentation and asking for 2 things to be explained to me is going to be a waste of time. You need to consider the fact that I am part of this conference. I am here. I cannot wait for the next engagement session for me to engage with what happened today. Please consider that I don't raise my hand a lot when presentations are being done, but when I need you to remind me what was said, I will say, please read that again. That's all I'm asking for. Entertain me in that, because there is no document that was sent to me via email so that my phone or computer can read it to me. Now, to try and not delay that process and point out the failure of municipality to consider my disability. I am saying I am coming to your level. Just give me the grace of reading that those 6 things that Dawia says, there are only 6 when they were meant to be 9. Now I don't know 7 on top of the 4 or that I did not hear. Nobody read it. You can't now dismiss me when I want to raise my hand and say, I don't know what this discussion is about. I'm representing 60 people, but I don't know what to say to them about this particular presentation, which is crucial to the sector.
Okay, Vaughan has asked to respond directly to you, so I'll allow that quickly.
Leto, just talking to Matthew, we would like to offer you a session where we meet separately. It is more than a 100-page report.
When I raised my hands for a list of 6 things, nothing else, I was up to date. Then I lost it when he said, it's going to be a waste of time.
So do you want us to read the budget, the money out to you?
Vaughan, I want the 6 things now. I want the list. I would have raised this would have been in another situation now. I would have asked what is this about, and relevant to this presentation. I'm pointing it out to you so that you mind it the next time. I keep saying to your department, guys, consider this thing. If you're going to send documents to be filled out in paper, also have them in Word format so that I can also fill them in without compromising my privacy. But you don't hear these things because I'm only one person who can't see. But there are other artists who can't see out there who don't even bother to come because these things don't consider them. The program for today is given out in paper form. Nobody is standing at the door saying, do you prefer Braille or us to send it to you via WhatsApp? None of that happens. I'm pointing out an error in how you do your things to consider all citizens and residents of the city. You cannot say I'm wasting time. Now I am wasting time. Because when I asked for that list to be read, it should have just been read out to me so that I am up to whatever with all of you. Now I'm gone.
Okay, we're going to read it out to you. But the offer still is extended. And Matthew has also said if you want a session, we can arrange that outside this workshop.
Apologies about that. No, no offense, please, should be taken. That specific slide dealt with creative industries and how it's defined on a global scale. And as many of you are aware, UNESCO is kind of the United Nations driving force behind looking at ways in which to promote creative and cultural industries. And what they have done over the years is to find ways in which to categorize and define what they say are the main overarching cultural domains. And there are 6 of those, and then there are 2 related domains. So the 6 main cultural domains, in which each of these cultural domains, there are then subdomains. The 6 ones, the first one is cultural and natural heritage. The second one is performance and celebration. The third is visual arts and crafts. The third is books and press. No, that's the fourth. The fifth is the audio, visual, and interactive media domain. And then the last one is the design and the creative services domain, which the other lady had asked encapsulates fashion as a sub-industry, but obviously on a global scale. I think as Vaughan reiterated earlier, at this presence, all 6 of those domains aren't necessarily adopted in the white paper at South African national level, because obviously we're speaking here about global appreciation towards cultural and creative arts. And then, as I mentioned, there are also 2 related domains, which obviously have indirect relationships to the creative industries. And those are encapsulated as sport and recreation. And then the final one, most and very importantly, is obviously the tourism industry. I hope that covers it.
Chair, what's the color of your hand? Okay, I've got it. Should we? Or save it for our next session? That's what everybody's saying. Cool. So to kind of attend to the problems broadly, is the House okay with having a session specifically on this proposed framework on a day of its own, and where everyone, including those who are not in attendance today, would have had an opportunity to engage what has already been written down and then formulate discussions on top of that, where you would then get to see the figures to get a sense of what informed those figures specifically as well. Just to have value, because to read those today won't add value because they are not current figures. They were just what was proposed then. This presentation is not for adoption today. That's the other thing. So we need not rush the engagement with the document.
You read the remuneration model as it was represented in respect of the categories that were represented. Thank you.
The admission is that today's sitting failed to make certain considerations in terms of the ability for everyone to participate on this presentation because one, they've not read it, right? That's why I'm being advised to put this proposal forward. That in order to fix that problem, allow people to engage with the document and then have discussions once they've received that document, right? So that they can also prepare. It is not to cancel this particular engagement, but to say, to fix that problem, let us engage further in another sitting. So let's also make recommendations now that will inform that future sitting. So can I take that last round of hands? We are now making recommendations that inform the way forward on the policy that has been proposed. So we're raising those concerns and some of them have been noted, right? Chief among them is that it must be something that is accessible to all capabilities and that it must be distributed evenly, not just to people who are here, but to those who are in the arts fraternity. And I know that the municipality will definitely be relying on organizations like CIFSA and Bay Creatives to get the word out. So let us add on those recommendations that have been made. So I'll note hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Molweni, I'm going to get straight to the point, in terms of what you're putting to the table. Nam ndiyacela bayicacile, this whole presentation didn't go as well. But I'd like us, if we say we recommend that, it should be given another time and date, and the relevant stakeholders get the information prior to the workshop of having this particular or specific presentation. Today, let's resolve that. Or I suggest let's resolve that. Let's put time and date for that, so we don't have to wait for 3 months, because financially and artists are active as we speak. So we really want to know what the rate is, and don't wait 6 months and continue to be exploited while resolutions on these presentations will be made. So if we recommend that there should be a certain time and date for this workshop after all the relevant arts council stakeholders zifundile lento, ndicela kule ndaba kuthiwe kubekwe umhla ne-date nexesha. Enkosi.
Olandelayo.
Ncedisi Mkhize lo. Ndicela untolikele xa ndigqibile. Kudala sithetha, ndafika apha eBhayi ngo-92. After spending more than 18 years at Gauteng, we've been talking like this for too many years. And nothing is happening. Now, my reason for wanting to raise from that chair and stand here is because I always see the same thing happening again and again. Like, for instance, we have smaller skeletons as Goyo, who are going to spring out of those cupboards and hurt us one day. If we don't consult or communicate the right way, there are too many people who are not here. Too many artists I have not seen on TV last night that I was watching. I didn't even know about this. The municipality has got a database of all the artists and numbers of artists. I know today there's this thing called social whatever, but there used to be people from the municipality who used to conduct us through their phones and tell us about such gatherings. It's not happening anymore. It's not everybody who has got a data to get this information. I'm crying out loud because I did not get an invitation to come here. I had to force my way here through what I saw on TV, and then at the end, I called specific people to say, guys, what's happening? We don't have data. So you have phones and data in your offices. Please do the right thing. When you want to contact artists and you want artists to attend, we want to learn. We are learning since I arrived here. I was learning up until this day. Now, my other thing, sorry for wasting too much time. My other problem, please organize somebody to do the phoning. Go through your data. We have too many people who are not here. Number two, the sector of film and the video and development has not been mentioned here. So maybe I'll be satisfied if I could hear as to what's happening. Thank you.
Hayi Monde, kunini? Molweni bethuni. Mna ke ndinguphumelele igama. NgokwaMthathe. NdinguZikhali. I wish to say firstly, let's accept criticism, because criticism builds you as a person. Secondly, people has spoken here, deeply hurt, because they are not given enough time. If cell phones were not there, I wouldn't be here today. It's because of social media. I was not invited. But because I've got interest, I'm here today because of social media. The database must be created each and every time stakeholders participate in such events. The latter speaker is correct. I don't want to dwell to what he has said. Let me get to the point. I'm not taken by the policy. I'm not sure whether that policy is presented here for review or is due for review. I want to know about that, because we want to take full participation on the policy. The policy is not meant for officials, it's meant for us on the ground. The other thing that I notice here is cheating. It's cheating. Let me explain. What do I mean? You cheat if you present a policy without handing over the documents to the stakeholders, because you limit them not to participate. Hand over, deliver, prior. That policy was supposed to be delivered or handed over yesterday so that people can be ready for the presentation and to have this, a strong participation in discussion on it. That is cheating. Cheating is in many ways.
I have to limit
I'm
you
not
now.
sure whether this sector has been cast. I never saw a happy person in this sector. I never saw a happy person in this sector. I don't know what happened. Starting from the officials of government, I'm not sure whether they have less interest or employed people with less interest to where they are placed. Because you listen here, people are working on the ground now. And there is current financial year that is ending on the 30th of June. And what is the mechanism of assisting new artists on the ground? People are not registered. Mr. Pasha mentioned that. No one, some of them are not registered. How do you assist those people? We are not discussing fundamental issues here. I'm not talking about the remunerations and other things, but the basics, starting point of registering your organization or as an individual. We need to be assisted. These are things that we are supposed to discuss here. You know? Fine. I think lastly, the issue of funding. Yes, the funding after a person has been registered. Workshops has been suggested here. This is not, must not be the end of this workshop today. So let's push forward, colleagues. Accept those criticisms. They are making you to work. Thank you very much.
I'm Alex Kuze. I'm a guitarist. I'm a composer. I'm a writer. I also teach music, my own style, my own way. I've produced so many artists in the metro. Early 70s. I'm sure Mr. Mkize will second that, and Mr. Zako and others that are here. Guys, let me put it straight to you. I don't want to shout anymore. I'm happy that we are criticizing you now. I'm sure you'll take it from there to learn and to rectify your mistakes so that you can be able to shape this structure to take us to our destiny. If you can do only one thing for us, fairness, give us all our opportunities to showcase our talent. Let me be just like George Benson, who retired now with billions. I've got nothing, but if you can allow me, because I must go and drive taxi because I don't earn enough money from arts and culture. So I must buy myself a taxi in order to what? To be sustainable. This is not a life that I want to live. Sorry to dwell on other things, but fact of the matter, what is transpired? I'm not happy what is happening to us, but I'm happy about what we've initiated for us. Can you just add more and be transparent to us and come to us and showcase and call us to also advise you guys so that we can be able to drive this bus to a better place. Make your artist happy. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair, again. As Baben Chilo before, more on the one. I just want to maybe raise the point, but I think firstly, it's nice that everybody feels that we should have another meeting that focuses on this. Because I feel like we missed an opportunity today. Maybe we could have just presented it and then we divided ourselves and then have a discussion amongst ourselves. But I think the idea that we should have another session, I support that as well. I think there are other things. We know that once the municipality has got a supply chain management policy. And if there are any changes that have to be made to that management policy, that is going to take a bit of time. So which means the policy as it is now, we might not see those recommendations made in that policy in practice anytime soon. Then I have a proposal then for that. some of the aspects that are raised in the document are aspects that as artists are relevant to the artistic needs that we have now. So what I'm proposing is, although we know that there's still going to be another meeting, and maybe then if that meeting could be soon, very soon, it would be good. What I'm proposing is that as your section, because the other things that relate to supply chain requires the Department of Arts and Culture to speak to the Department of Supply Chain Management and all the structures in the municipality. But there are some things, for instance, that relate to the payment of artists, some guidelines specifically, which are going to be part of the policy later. But I think they can still help the artists now. Maybe what I propose is that as a department, you have a two-pronged program. That there is one program that tries to respond using the ideas that are in that document, that tries to respond to the current needs of artists. Some things like the payment of artists and the remuneration. We're going to be doing work now. We're going to have to perform now. So maybe you could take those ideas and immediately, because there are things that can be actioned within your office. So maybe you could take those ideas and maybe look at in that document some of the things that at least can be able to assist to bring artists forward now, whilst the policy program or the idea of the policy continues. So that is my recommendation. Then I also wanted to say that maybe there should be people here, the people that come from structures from opinion. For instance, the people that are representing people, maybe we can meet after this and just within ourselves. I mean, I'm representing a provincial structure of arts veterans. So maybe within ourselves, we can immediately make a decision, Tina Singabandu, from here, how we can maybe assist in leading the process so that we make sure that these discussions and these recommendations then they are quick. And maybe Tina, it could be us that approaches the municipality and say, okay, can we quickly have this meeting and stuff on behalf of our artists? Thanks.
Okay, Mulweni. Now just say a few things, ne? One, can you start marketing not just on social media, but as well we have places that market hakuzo, so that we can be aware of inansika e-sessions workshops that you are doing. Number two, can you also as well, because the art is very diverse, we have youth development, we have as well the elders, can you start categorizing when it comes to youth development as well? Because they can't even anything that has to do with youth development, Number three, we have a high quality of artists that are dying because of drugs. They are dying every day, even now. There's artists that are involved into drugs. They have no choice because they are abandoned. You are creating criminals instead of creating responsible citizens. So can you try, please, stop creating criminals and start creating responsible citizens and find ways to work with the artists that are dealing with the drugs, alcohol abuse, and other substances.
I think there was one more person.
Oh, enkosi mhlala ngaphambili igama nguThobani Khonza and the representer wisdom sector. Okay. Now mine is too short when mhlala ngaphambili is that as we all know that we are going to have a working relationship with municipality as a federation of SIFSA. Siyayazi ukuthi there will be a lot of people who will come in and out, moving around, coming to do different virus issues in this hall. Is Ingaba municipality is going to offer USIFSA office on this building, or USIFSA is going to get the office somewhere else in terms of a working relationship. I just want to raise that issue, question.
To close the session, ladies and gentlemen, to close the session, I think it's important that, I hear the criticism, we accept that, but you also need to understand what we are going to do next. We are going to release the more than 100-page research document. We've been trying for 2.5 years to get the data out. And I think your encouragement is accepted in terms of getting that information out. In response to the gentleman's question, this is not a policy, this is a finding. This is a finding, and it needs to be defined in terms of your inputs. We need more engagement, we understand that. Monday, yes, we will accept that we need to have a two-pronged approach, and that my response to you and Alex, based on what Alex is saying, is that we need more numbers in terms of diversity, or, in terms of the entire sector, that participate in this critical debate about remuneration, because not all the musicians are here, not all the visual artists, not all the fashion designers are here, the theater, the actors. Then we've got too little numbers to discuss the content. So at the point, as I said earlier, there are cost factors involved in communicating and getting things on social media, and we need to discuss that in the office. I think my next presentation at 2:00 this afternoon is very critical, because it will put the entire Indaba into context based on what policy we have approved by council, and the outcomes and achievements, and where we're going with the small grants. So I think bear with us, and yes, I love the engagement, we love the criticism, and I think we need to just move forward from here, but allow us space in the office to talk. We need the notes from the scribes. That's very important for us to have that. That is why these sessions are important, so that we can provide council evidence that you have said, and we are listening, and we are trying to make you happy, Alex. Okay, thank you. The session is closed. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Can I please introduce the Director of Arts, Culture, Heritage and Libraries, Veliswa Gwinsa. She's going to make some inputs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I do apologize for pushing in. I was not here yesterday. I'm sure apologies were made for me yesterday. And therefore, I'm coming in with some little bit of fresh ears. I don't know if it's an advantage or a disadvantage. But I wanted to come in to try and say, I think this is a robust discussion. It is a robust discussion which brings to the fore weaknesses that sometimes we may take for granted as a department. A very simple one that I want to bring to the fore is an issue of language that has been brought to the fore. I wanted to come and stand here to say that it is my hope that the scribe that is here, it's not just about talking about the sessions, because this is a remuneration session. As people are discussing here, they're bringing issues within the sessions. There are a lot of issues that pertain to arts and culture. The issue of policy, for example, we are talking about a finding, but that finding brings to bear policy. It brings to bear issues of database. So there are a lot of issues that we need to discuss amongst ourselves. This is but one session, a beginning. I'm hoping that, and it's been clearly said here that we need to have more regular workshops and regular contact sessions. And it is our hope that the people, at least the people sitting around here, will assist us
to make sure that this contact we don't lose and we get more contact of other people so that we continue from this session to the next session. I wanted to bring also to bear that the remuneration aspect is so critical that it's something that will be assist both on both sides or of the spectrum, because it touches on a lot of other support directorates when it comes to dealing with business of the municipality, and this has been mentioned here already. Supply chain, for example. For us to start dealing with those issues, we need to be able to have engaged with you, to be able to put forward what it is that comes from you. We cannot speak on your behalf without having engaged. So I wanted us, somebody has already mentioned that time frame is very important. I think it is something that we need to try to do before the end of the financial year. I wanted to bring to bear that the municipality has its own processes that it engages in. That we should not imagine that in our own discussions, yes, we have our discussions, but we need to make sure that these discussions fall in line with, we make sure that we bring these discussions into the municipal processes on time. It was said here that whatever the discussions that we will have, and in the end, we need to bring them to the municipality to resolve. This is the one way that you're gonna get what you want. The municipality must resolve on the issues that you want. The municipality must fund the issues that you want. Without the council resolving on issues, there's no way that funding can come. So I just wanted to touch on those issues so that we don't lose these type of things. It's not to add time or anything of that matter, but it's to make sure that we are on time. Before the end of this financial year, we should have resolved, at least we have to try and work fast so that we can be able to input into the processes of the municipality to make the right changes that can bring the changes that you actually want. And us as administrators, we can take your needs as you have provided them to us, to council to resolve. Thank you very much.
So I've been asked to close the session. But just to remind everyone that we are definitely committing to a second session that will be focused on this issue once the report of this session has been completed as well. And indeed, we as the team that is compiling the report will have taken note of everything that has been raised, and we'll put that to the municipality to also organize engagements on those issues. So I'm going to make a quick change to the program to allow us to rest a bit. We were going to have a presentation on the Splash Festival directly after this presentation we've had. We will move that to after lunch. And then the other discussion that will happen after that is a discussion on the municipality's small grants fund, how it works and its own framework and methodology. And hopefully that we will conduct the discussion in a far kinder and better manner. And then lastly, I'd like to also just apologize to Ulele too. I don't think the organizers had intended to exclude you in terms of how the presentation was conducted. And I think to everyone else, it would definitely been better to have given you a chance to peruse that policy framework before bringing it to discussion. So apologies on that on behalf of the organizers. We may now break for lunch. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Can we please settle down so we can begin with the second session of the day? So I think we can start at this point. I think most of us are back from lunch. There is a bit of bad news, but we'll make the most of it. We have been informed that there will be load shedding on the venue from 2 p.m. Guys, are we okay? Sure. We're not affected. All right, no, that's great then. No more bad news. Once again, Kobangandaziyo Nguzolisa Mahau, and I do not work for Umaspala. I am contracted to provide this service namhlanje. I am nowhere near ingxowa yakwamasipala. Mna ndifuna nje abantu bathethe and baviwe ngumasipala as well. Bangafilishi ngathi mna andifuni baviwe ngumasipala. And yeah, I'm here as a lover of the arts, a supporter of the arts. I do have to manage time. Yeah? And for the coming two sessions, we are already behind by about 45 minutes. We are going to have firstly a presentation about the Splash Festival. And I think just to encourage discussion and to make sure that the session is fruitful, have those questions you've always had about the Splash Festival, so that if they are not addressed by the presentation, we can address them quickly, because the purpose of the presentation mostly is to explain, of course, its return, as it was cancelled due to COVID-19, but to explain things like how are people booked, who are the service providers that work with this event, what is the budget for it, and how do we ensure that it incorporates as representative as possible artists from the Nelson Mandela Bay, because we all know that there are those complaints that at times certain events will have the same artist year on year, or that artists will only hear about the event when they see the poster and they won't even get a chance to be part of many more. So let's use this opportunity to handle those issues. I'm going to limit the presenter to about 20 minutes and the questions as well to another 15 minutes, so that we can give more time to the session that follows that one, which is a discussion that is quite important as well on the small arts grant. I think again there we all have experiences, questions, and disgruntlements in relation to that grant in terms of how is it awarded, who is it awarded to, and maybe questions of repetitive funding for certain people, or the budget is simply not enough. So we will be dealing with those issues in that session, right? I am not seeing my first speaker. He had gone to the bathroom quickly, but we will start shortly. Ndiphiwe le nto othetha mna xa. All right, he is here. Let us welcome Brent to present on the Splash Festival. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, can you all hear me? Okay. Can you all hear me now? Is it better? Okay. I think thank you guys. Thank you everybody. I think this presentation, as you can see, what happened, the idea is over the last couple of years, a lot of queries came in around Splash Festival and general events that's been held in the city, especially through our annual calendar events, which is your summer season, your Splash Festival, your Ironman, and all of that. But I think between yesterday and today, I think going forward, it's a good idea when there's representation and there's consensus around officials and the sector itself when it comes to specifications and the draw up when it comes to the needs of a specific sectors and the various genres attached to it. So today I felt, over the last couple of weeks, we felt that I think it's important that a framework needed to be provided and presented to artists, inclusive of how we came to being where we are today with the Splash Festival and going forward. So the Splash Festival is an annual event and it's going to take place between the 15th and the 18th of April, 2022. And let me just go to the next slide. I think the type of entertainment, as you can see, is very different from the summer season and the Ironman, which is triathlon. Now, the Splash Festival is a very family-orientated festival. It caters for a broad range of audiences. So it makes up not only about artists, it looks at hypnotists, it's looking as a chef component. There's various comedians and variety shows, juggling shows, there's wrestling that takes place. So it encompasses quite a bit of activity in Splash Festival. But one of the key focuses is when it comes to the entertainment, we depend a large amount of this program, especially on the two stages that we have. And this year is going to be very different. It's running not at Obi Beach this year, it's going to be at Kings Beach Town. So there's going to be two stages as well, like normal. Your main stage, and you also will have your Coca-Cola track on the one side as well, like normal. But based on that, I actually just specifically wanted to zoom in on the local artist component or the general artist component in itself. So one challenge that we've always artists come to my office on a regular basis by saying, how was the artist selected, number one, and number two, what defines the budget, number three. So I think I just wanted to look into this and why is a similar artist why is the same artist performing? And they see every year this artist perform. How did that artist end up getting on the stage? So I think in saying that, I've said to management, or I propose to management that I think it's very important and it's very vital that we really start with a blank slate and we really say, I want to propose this to the artists going forward by saying, summer season Splash Festival was awarded a 3-year contract. The specification went out like the normal specification that we've had. There's a company that gets awarded, and every 3 years, that contract stands in place for 3 years. So at this moment, this will be the first year in a 3-year cycle that this Splash Festival takes place. So this is on the opening platform for the 3-year relationship of how we can start saying, how can we transform? How can we say, how can we all benefit? How can we integrate our thinking with respect to this? So one thing I said, what I'm wanting to say, there's no artist that's been selected for Splash Festival as of date. Although this festival is taking place on 15th and 18th, the company already proposed ideas and things, and I said, that absolutely not at this stage. I do not feel comfortable that we even start brainstorming names. We start looking at the database. We start looking at all of that. Let me first present this to the sector and saying, how can we look into a 3-year plan? So the whole ideology behind the modus of operandi is to look at the 3 years plan, a cycle of 3 years, looking at the artists that we have, and we start looking at addressing the gaps in the festival by looking at the transparency model, by making sure everybody knows who's onto the program, who's been selected to take part in the program, and to make sure that there's a consultative process that takes place amongst officials, the events organization, as well as representation of the sector as well. So ultimately, we would like to create a quality program for this year. So basically what happened, I'm not sure if everybody received, because the company has been awarded this year's contract was so good. As you can see, this is their proprietary work that I'm speaking of, with having some inputs into it, which a decision was made, a call out to artists was sent out to artists to submit their profiles to enter on the Splash Festival website. Apparently, SMMS went out, there's a Facebook page out, there was a media article that went out. So what they were suggesting, and entering on the site will consist of details about the artist, short biographies, and links to their previous work or performances. They will also be able to select whether they will be entering for a DJ competition or just entering a general lineup. The specific genre applied, such as a band, a group, dance, whatsoever. Artists that are still new and upcoming, there's new artists that's been forming, and they don't have profiles, they don't have CDs, they don't have an EPK, electronic profile kit to be uploaded, or have no history at the moment. So basically, it's very difficult for the service providers that's appointed by council to select artists from there. So then a suggestion was a possibility of a showcase in Indaba, whether it's at Mendi or whether it's at any event, a venue that's available, to provide only for newcomers, not for established artists, not for people that's on a database that we know, that's got track records, because that's pointless for asking people to come and audition and we do know who they are, okay? It's just a matter of making sure that the selection is quality and it's inclusive and has been consulted on. I think that's the more important part from my side, that we all need to be consulted on and be coherent about that approach. Then a board consisting of well-known established artists, the event organizer, and a member of arts and culture or members that will sit down and view all entries. So one of my suggestions was that even if you do open up even if you do open up a platform for whether people submit via their offices or whether online entries, whatever mechanism they take, they do not make any decision pertaining the local artist until a committee has been formed to be able to see, let's look into all of that applications that came through. And if there is artists that did not submit, still a process post this Indaba to inform artists of a deadline to submit that works to them. to that. And then once we receive it, we can and make a call by saying it is now done. Then we form that committee and we sit with it and we make a selection based on what we received, based on the genres and the acts on the following pages, I will say. Then I would say point number 8, artists will then be informed whether the application have been successful or not. I think the big thing about going forward, even on the next speaker's presentation that will be made, I think going forward, artists needs to be informed that the application was successful or not successful, because artists submit year in and year out to be on a program, but they don't get any feedback from an event organizer. So I think that is very critical and fundamental that takes place going forward this year. Successful artists will sign, the general COVID compliant contracts, as well as a normal EPWP compliancy, job creation documents. Okay, next page. Did I skip a page? Oh, no. Okay, sorry. Okay, so local artist selection, despite having an online platform where artists can upload their biographies, we will be hosting a showcase in Indaba that can be discussed. The showcase in Indaba is those inexperienced and completely new and upcoming artists who do not have portfolios, as mentioned before. These showcase in Indaba is for the artists to audition live in front of a board of adjudicators in order to be considered for selection for the Splash Festival 22. The selection will be based on a 3-year cycle, and artists selected for 22 will not be considered for the year 23 and 24 selection, as results will be published on the Nelson Mandela Bay Arts and Culture Facebook page, as well as our online page, as well as a Splash Festival dedicated page, and will remain there for a period of 3 years. So what that means, once the committee has finalized the applications, okay, which means, and you've been selected to participate on that program, then once you've performed, you will not be allowed to apply following year and as well as the following year. Reason because we are having a lot of artists that really wants an opportunity to perform. So basically the time frame of artist selection for the year is as follows. On the 5th February, there was a call out, perhaps SMS or Facebook pages or what have you seen. It hasn't been closed yet. On the 9th of March, there was a closing date for artists, but that is scrapped because that's what we said. We're not going to close it yet after post this Indaba to allow the sector to engage, because as the previous presentation is, artists that's not here today, that did not get the information. So we really want to make a more effort to get more information out, and on our online databases, let the SMS notifications go out, let those things happen as we speak, so that will happen. So then we did propose that on the 19th and the 20th of this month, a showcase in Indaba at either the City Hall or the basically Mendi is not available, I just heard. There's an event booked for next week, so we would have preferred having it at Mendi, but the only venue that's available for this is the City Hall auditorium at the bottom between 8 o'clock and 5 o'clock. But what that means that artists will still be new up and coming artists, not everybody. It's only the people that we do not know and have no information about that we would like to listen to, and adjudicators to have a listen to, and then be able to make recommendations to the panel by saying the reasons for performing and the genre specific, and also to update our database. And then from there, the finalization of artists will be presented on the 21st and the 22nd. The proposed launch date has been moved. It would have been on the 16th of this month, which is this week. But the decision, when I spoke to the director, this thing can't happen this week because there's a lot of non-finalized areas with respect to art as well, which is a component amongst various other things. We would like to finalize the artistic component for the arts for the festival. And the next page. Okay, this is the 3-year budget framework, and I think it's very important to be transparent around this process, because artists always come and they say, what is the pricing, what is the amounts, on these things, you know. Basically what happens, this is a specification that goes on onto a pre-approved budget by a council for the festival. So what this entails is that the service provider or various service providers would come up with independent project proposals, which you'll submit to council, to the bid adjudication committee, and then selection gets made based on the overall implementation of Splash Festival, not only the artist component, but various economic and social and tourism, various things that they submit. And what they submit was the things that I'm drawing into you now, which I said I would like to open up this. This is the first year for Splash Festival. And we need to can potentially discuss this. So what happened in the past, you'd see on the breakdown, there were singles, there's groups, there's bands, there's legends, which is your normal single artist, if you know one person, or your group 2 to 5 or 6 or 7, and you got bands. So normally the rate was 3,000 Rand for a single. That was a standard thing for the last how many years. And I think based on the absence of the remuneration policy, which was clearly deliberated before that, there's various challenges with respect to this. Groups as well, which was 5.5, bands, which was 8,500, legends, which was 15,000. And I have to be open, and that's why I'm showing it to you. This was always the framework for artists. So as per the contract and as per the awarding of this contract, holistically, a certain amount of money which was put aside, I think I'll show you on the next page, which is an allocated amount. Let me just see. Can you see there? Is the amount? I can't see. Yes. Must I just continue? Where are we now? Yeah, I wanted to show you something else, but okay, it's fine. So where next page? This one. Yeah. So that's the framework. So you're talking about your singles, your groups, your bands, your legends. And then this new proposed rate for this financial year, for this budget framework that they've got, was for single 4.5, 6.5 for groups, 11.5, and legends 25,000 Rand. So at the bottom it says, this is a template, is based for all 3 years. We will amend as selection is made and each year's applications come in. Genres include dance solo, dance groups, DJ solo, singer group, traditional band, comedy shifts. They are also further to extend to hip hop, house, alternative, reggae, traditional pop, new age, rave, rock, soft, techno, kwaito, R&B, pansula, as per the general Splash Festival criteria. Then the makeup of the previous Splash Festival, when it comes to reporting into council, the beneficiation of artists and right through the city, and as the composition demographically, what we're talking about, the makeup of the festival when it comes to the artists specifically. And then the last page on this one is that Splash Festival, the headliners, at this current stage, the headliners has not been confirmed, and that's also something that we can still discuss once we form the adjudicators. And I really hope one of the desires is from this event, from this Indaba, that we do somehow find a consensus of having a few people to come on board to be part of the selection criteria, where names will be thrown into an act, where and some of the things that the service provider has requested is that it was proposed that the headliners need to be internationally and nationally known by their audiences. The headliners need to have at least 200K or more followers on social media platforms. Proof is required. The general quality of the bands need to be up to international standards where internationals can recognize them. A committee comprising of officials, artists, event organizers to scrutinize these names to be proposed. Okay, so those names, part of the Splash Festival tender specification was that how do we draw in tourists? How do we create a environment for the festival to grow? Because there's a lot of people that benefit from it. Your guest house, your very like normally event. So basically, but what we said all the time is that we should stay clear of making a decision outside of artists as well. Because sometimes selections get made, then artists don't understand why don't they meet that threshold, why don't they meet that criteria, and because they've also got a following. So I said, instead of them making that only decision and officials endorsing these decisions and all of that, let's have a collective approach and understanding of these ideologies. And I think it's important because the lack of the formalized structure and the body has made it tremendously difficult, but also easy for certain service providers to just make names and put names on the table. But once the body is structured and organized, then this things of evaluation and assessing becomes easier to understand. But on the overall budget for the artist, it's 500 and I don't know what I had it in a slide. It's 530,000, 520,000 rand, which is the spend for. This is the last page. Sorry. Yeah. Yes. Sorry. So yeah. So the overall spend is 520,000 rand. It made of single DJs, acts, individual solos, groups, bands, headliners, legends, you know, as well, and headliners, which is broken up. But those budget and information is there currently, which is being proposed. So anything within that framework is right there. So the most important thing is how do we proceed from there? And do we go ahead with is there support on the auditions for the newcomers? Is there support on opening up the platform for people to submit the EPWP, the EPK documents and their profiles through? Who will sit with it and who will be that committee to sit? And can we finalize the program as soon as possible? Because we would like to go to launch the minute we can get consensus on this matter. Reason for the tender was very late awarded, you know, so hence the Indaba forms a critical component for us to discuss this thing. Thank you very much. Yes. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, the final page. Okay. Okay. Which part? Okay, the entire page. Okay. Okay, based on, remember, this was based on a broad specification that went out by council, but this was the submission of various service providers that tendered for Splash Festival and their requirements. So basically what they've presented to us is that the headlining artist that they would profile and wanting to put onto the main stage at key moments as a draw card for people to come is the headliners must meet their minimum criteria which they've put, which is needs to have 200K followers and social media platform. And what they said, they would like for that to be substantiated. A general quality of the band needs to be up to good standard, international standard, and a committee comprising of officials, artists will form part of having that name. So what happens, they will put names onto the table, and they would like artists must also put names, but substantiate that names and give reasons why they motivate for that names, and then a decision will be made from there, basically. Okay. No? I don't know. Okay. Go ahead. Yes, I can. Okay. Yes, 1, 2, 3. I'll take 4, 5. Okay, let's take 5 questions. Oh, sorry. I'm done with my presentations. I can take some questions right now. Okay. How many rounds of questions would you like? Yes, okay.
Can we see a total of hands that are interested in asking questions? Okay, fine. So we'll split these into 2. Which ones did you note?
1, 2, 3,
Cool. So that's the first 5. And the remaining will be the last questions. So like we were doing the first session, please walk to the mic at the back there.
Thank you, sir, to give me this opportunity. Chair, number one, I'm worried that there are people that are used to online in terms of registration. I want Mr. Jonas to know that. The people that are not clear, not learned, and not scholared, such as I'm not clear in terms of online, but fact of the matter, your issue. Number 2, if you still remember, 2014 or 2016 Arts Council, we raised the issue of that. We cannot perform less than 20,000 per band. It was 2016 then. Because we had that opportunity to have more than 20,000 when it was Magnetic Storm earlier than 2016. Number 3, I think for those newcomers that you're talking about, there's veterans like Oprah Pett and Wella and others. I don't want to mention names. Number one, but clear that in terms of your selection, why don't you at least before you get that stigma that you don't call us, you don't blah, 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 ask them to advise you in terms of how you're going to select these coming up artists that were not known before. Because people out on the ground can come up with a suggestion or their plan to select them. It would be wise for you, Mr. Jonas, to do that. Number 4, the way we perform, it's not different to the artists from Johannesburg. Number 5, the figures of those artists in Johannesburg are better than us. And you find out the most artists that are coming from Metro, that are in Johannesburg, and they learn from us. Do you know that? But they are top artists, top notch at Johannesburg. But here at home, we are not acknowledgeable. And it worries us because while we are coming closer to you, municipality, you are the only pillar that can assist us and give us a way forward to be sustainable. As much as I said earlier on that, I don't want to drive taxi now anymore because I'm above 60. I've been driving taxi from 1982. So I don't want to be long. This is the points that I want to raise for you. And lastly, please come up with the criteria to please all your artists. I don't know how, but try to find a way to raise your budget. I don't know how you're going to do it, but I believe that there's artists that can assist you. Thank you.
Those were 5 questions. You want to answer now? Okay, sure.
Molweni. Igama ngutahuya. Artist. Yabulela. Man, I think okokuqala there was a fundamental submission. Okanye, there was a fundamental item, particular presentation. The item that says that the closing date for submissions has been extended. I think we must appreciate that. That's the first point that I want to appreciate. But secondly, there was a slide that spoke about the demographics for the festival. Could you please go to that slide? And I'm going to read it out so that we can accommodate even nabantu abakhoyo because asibonakali kakuhle pha. So the demographic says 40% black, 20% white, 15% colored, and 15% Indian, and 10% other. Now, I think that's fair. So I want to thank you for that as well. But
Where I would raise a crucial and critical concern is the item of the headliner requirements and the remuneration. Now, it's good that this presentation comes after a long discussion of a remuneration framework. I think that the remuneration is not fair. It's not fair. Is it possible then? I see that the single has 36 slots, the group has 14 slots, and the bands has 8 slots, and the legends has 8 slots. Is it possible now that we can at least then try and from the 36 single slots, since the budget has been agreed upon and finalized, from the 36, we take the 6 and leave the single slots to 30, right? And then, given that there are 4 legends, what is the likelihood of taking 2 and putting it to the legends? And then, out of the bands, you take that 4. From that 4, you take 2, you add to the bands to make 10, and then you have got 16 groups. And then the service provider will be able to see how they manipulate the finances to suit that proposal if the House agrees. Now, in terms of the headliner requirements, the artist must have a national and an international footprint. That's the first one. And they must have 200K followers more on social media, and that can be proven. And the band must be must have a quality, an international quality standard. Now, I think umzekelo, in this room we've got Otatu Sizwe Zako, ne? Uba uSizwe Zako does not have a Facebook page, but has a personal profile on Facebook. Does not have a YouTube page. Now, if you are going to then apply those standards without taking into consideration that we have got artists who are based in Nelson Mandela Bay, who are as good, but don't have social media, we're going to have a problem. Because the reality of the matter now, looking at the criteria, I can be able to say that looking at those headliner requirements, you are looking for a young person. And it should not be that clear. But yeah, Zayn SA has got 50K, but he's a national act, you know. So I think perhaps we can try and review those headliner requirements so that they can be able to accommodate local artists that have got a national footprint but do not meet those requirements. Thank you.
That's quite a mouthful.
Okay. I think that note's fine.
Okay. Lilith,
What's that headliner act, ne? I'm going to speak on the headliner, yes. So talk. All of my ears are very sensitive. Okay. So on that headliner topic, understanding that Splash is also is a tourism, right? I do feel that the social media requirement is too much, right? Also, I want to add this. Ndiafuna, I would like it to be added there that in considering a headliner, we will look at artists who are of Eastern Cape descent and have that national footprint. Because every time you invite her, Elira, for an example, right? And all that money just leaves Eastern Cape, let alone Nelson Mandela Bay. I would like for the municipality to embrace artists that I refer to as the diaspora of Nelson Mandela Bay. To reach out to those artists, ozonke, bafumane priority in being booked for such events, or Heavy K to get priority there, right? Omandi Sityankis, Nomfundo Xolofu, there's a lot of them. Ke si popularize what comes from Nelson Mandela Bay and the Eastern Cape at large before we blindly follow that which has already been popularized. I think the department has that function as well, to create a hype man about who we are. We show pride about who we are. So I think there's an opportunity there to bring back artists to come back to P and give back to the city as well in one way or the other. And the first way is to note their works by booking them for those functions. I'm not going to touch too much on your remuneration and whatnot, because I understand we still have to discuss it again in the Bay remuneration. However, nyani, if we're expecting people to have followership got 200,000, in South Africa to celebrate 50,000 followership on social media. And that is an achievement. So it's too much with 200,000.
Thanks, Lilith. Brent? Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. My question is on the issue of, I'm impressed with the issue of multidisciplinary approach of all the genres are involved, but on the exclusion of the gospel. Can you give us the reason why this genre? Maybe I see the headlines, maybe I don't see right there on the screen, but I didn't see gospel there. If you can go back there and see the gospel is included or not. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for all that comments. I'll start with Mr. Kuze, first few questions or comments that you've made. I think it's very important to note, Mr. Kuze, that we recognize the veterans and in the city, and I think that point is well taken. I think once we do agree around our methodologies, how we're going to implement, how are we going to strategize around talking collectively now going forward, by saying, who's our newcomers? The veterans might know because you've got music schools, you've got music academies, you've got this that's running through. You know who's who, you know. So instead of people coming to audition and that, so it's various platforms that we can engage on. As long as the information is with us, then no one is excluded. I think that's the most important part of this going forward. I think general on the issue is around the headline acts and the selection of them and all of that. I think that's why we opened it up and made it quite transparent from the start right now. And we're saying, look, there's been gaps when it comes to, and especially on the slide which you referred to, pertaining the singles, the groups, the bands, certain acts is quite a bit, you know. As long as we do not go outside at this current, the budgetary framework that was passed and agreed by council, I think that is something we can put on the table for discussion. How we maneuver, how we say what group, what lineup, this, we can agree as long as we all have our position clear on the table. I think where the struggle becomes is when we do not understand each other. When people want to superimpose their view, whether it's the service provider or whether it's the official or whether it's the artist himself. As long as nobody superimposes and we can come to some sort of amicable resolution around, let's understand the ideology around Splash. What is it intended for, the purpose for it, and how can we all create this thing for the city to grow and to make sure we meet all the mandates necessary for that. And when it comes to specific headlines, Mr. Leto, the area of that is vital importance. I'm also strongly of the view, and I agree 100%, that we do not need to all the time bring in, that's my personal take as well, where there is so many artists in the Eastern Cape that is well established as well, that might not have the clout of the 200,000, a million Facebook views and all of that, but has the draw card and has a following, and we can create a vibrant, buoyant festival with still that. But I think let's put the names in the hat with clear motivations, which I strongly feel if we can propose the names, let the service provider propose their names, and when we deliberate those names, and whether we talk about these names and we say, and then we agree on those names. Okay, and I think before any commitments get made any which way, I think that could be the way forward, because I think there's a 3-year plan in the making here that we're starting. This is year 1. There's still next year and there's next 3 years, and it's with the same service provider. So let's start the Splash Festival on the right footing immediately. I think that should be important to note. On the aspect of gospel, sir, gospel, I might say it's not there. It's not there. We can put it on the slide. We type it in on the slide. Okay, it's also something we throw onto the hat. And because this program is not finalized, I'm not here saying this program is finalized. Let's see how the program works. I'm not to answer for a service provider. I'm just an official here. So when your selective identified representative person that you will be selecting today, hopefully, to represent you or in that discussions, those sectors will be rightly represented. And then we can talk about the program going forward. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. The registration online, we have not closed any form of registration online. It's still open, but as suggested, we will meet as soon as possible, this committee, okay, where we will call in the service provider, and where the next meeting, I wish it's not only myself and the service provider, I could have some representative people. That's why I was so happy that yesterday we discussed the formalized structure in the body and some sort of, and let's create this as a tool to be able to see now, let's create this, and we come together and we're saying, let's call the meeting Monday or Tuesday. All these items is open for discussion on this template, and we say, what's the best way to approach the local artist component going forward? And whether we extend the submission for next week, or whether people can bring their CDs, where do they bring it to? What do they do? How do they fill in the attendance register? I mean, the application forms. Let's discuss this thing as a matter of urgency then. Thank you. Let's not engage in a dialogue. We've got a facilitator. Thank you.
I think I'm just checking if all the questions were covered, the first ones. Great. Last round. I think there are extra hands now, but we'll take them.
Kumnina wami ke lo uthetha ngolo hlobo. Nangoku uyonqena ukuthi ndithi kwedini. All right. Okay. Wela lo Matomela. Most of the things that I was going to ask, umninawa uzigqibile, uzitye zonke. But there is one thing that I would like to ask, man, and it's been bothering me for all these years. I've been hearing the name So Good for all these years. For all these years. Is there any other service provider? Please, can you inform me on that score? Secondly, we need you people to be visible. People who see themselves as involved in the art. People like you, Brett. We need you to be visible, to be amongst us. For instance, there is a love child now. Yeah. That lady, There's a project that she's involved in at the backyard of his home. Every weekend, at least there's a little bit of splash there around there. Every weekend, she is doing that. And you people, you don't know that. You know, that's why I say you need to be visible. Here at Kamlana, there is a tavern here every Thursday. In fact, even tonight, it's Thursday, no? Tonight, every Thursday, there's a jam session going on there. You don't know about that. And you people, the only thing now they are going to do is to engage people in auditions. And yet, if you be visible, there will be no need for that because you would know who to. Do you understand me? Thirdly, I'm glad that there is this because this has been bothering me for years. We were once engaged as veterans here at the museum for the auditions. You could for auditions. I'm telling you, you can imagine Umfusu Pasha having a saxophone being auditioned by a young lady. So that's why, Brent, you've got to be very much visible. You've got to be involved with us, be part of us. All of you there at the office. You don't sit there at the office and then you have to go there at the, you know. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Denzel Africa. I was basically hoping council would up the budget, basically, because, but anyway, that is their decision. My question basically is very crucial. And this is going to depend on how selections is going to be made. Your committee, how are you going to approach the plans to choose your committee? Is it going to come from the service provider? Are your committee members that's going to do the selection qualified, basically, by selecting the correct groups as well? And also, what do we have a say in that committee that's going to be selected? Because that is very important, because we want to know who the committee is. It's senseless for an accountant to be on a committee and he doesn't know music and the arts. So that question is very crucial, and I just need to get feedback on that. Thank you.
Orlando Laya.
Molweni bethuna. Ndibhale ungoyiki, ndibhale nje kancinci uba ndingalibali. Andizothetha kakhulu, ndiyayazi. Hayi, andizothetha kakhulu nyhani. Mna ndifuna ukuthi I want to commend the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality for starting this process of bringing closer artists with service providers and the municipality. And I don't know whether it feels like the first of its kind. Because I think the service providers for a very long time, they were very far. And the municipality was trying over the years to come closer to artists, but for us to have this relationship as these three parties, it's really commendable. But with that said, Brent, I want to ask if we are starting this relationship of bringing closer the implementing agent or the service provider, bringing them closer to the artist and then the municipality being there as well, why are you presenting on behalf of So Good? Why is So Good not presenting Bona themselves as the implementers? That's my first question. And then the second question is, the board that is going to be constituted or the committee that is going to be constituted to do a selection, which you are saying we are going to do that today, which I'm happy because I think the people that we have here are leaders in their sectors. So that's great. But how are we going to make sure, without me sounding as though I am trying to put the modus operandi of the Mandela Bay Arts Festival with Splash. I'm not doing that, but in principle, I think it's something that the city has to adopt. The issue of whoever needs to serve on a panel needs to be remunerated so that they do not have the interest. Because whoever is going to be selected here today, I think it would be unfair to see their project or their band being selected. I don't think it would sit well, no matter how good they are. So whoever is going to be selected today, I don't know. Obviously, the budgets have been locked, and at this point, I know as an implementing agent, it's difficult to maneuver things around. But I so wish that there could be some sort of an incentive for the 2 or 3 or however many representatives, so that they do not recommend their own projects, because I don't think is a right loan. And then the last issue, I think the issue of a showcase or audition for newcomers, I think it's beautiful. At this stage, I wish we could have also thought of that. So kudos to So Good for thinking about it. But I also think not only doing auditions in real time, in real space, also clips could be sent. Because you don't want a scenario where a long queue outside City Hall where people are auditioning, and yet we know that the very young people are very much technologically inclined. So they can also send their clips. If you've got a band, send a band or whatever, but clip yako, so that we limit interaction, we limit Brandy, yes, sometimes I think we are quite to disclose. So we limit interaction, And then the last question before Zolisan got, the issue of headliners, and I heard Lele too, and I totally agree with her, and I totally agree with your sentiment as well. The other layer that I think in my other life, we tried to do, it was the whole issue, which is an expensive exercise, but once you think about it before you even start implementing a project, it can be something that one can do, but it is expensive. And that is having a headliner that will come and partner or collaborate with us as local artists. That is possible, but it needs a bit of time. I remember, I don't know what year it was, Lele, that Vusinova did it. I remember, and also I think Heavy K did it as well. And Uringo was just about to do it, but he was also willing to do something like that. So in collaboration with local artists, it is possible on certain genres though. So it could be something as us bridging the gap between the local artists and the national or international artists. I think that might assist a lot. And then theater, nayo Brenda yuko theater. No, the reason I'm citing the issue of theater, Chair, is because I think who's not a thespian, I'm not saying this because I'm a thespian, but who's not a thespian, immediately when they think about theater, they think of a venue like this one. We sit and we listen, and it's all serious stuff that you need to hear. And that is not where theater starts, and that is not where it ends. Theater does happen on the street where you don't necessarily need to hear much, but you see a lot. There's pantomime. So there's quite a number of things. And I know that this pleasure is something that happens outside. And maybe the organizers, when they look at the theater, in lack of knowledge for them in terms of what theater is, could be depriving them from allowing a theater to be part of this splash and summer season and any other project that is light. Light theater. Thank you. Thank you.
More questions? Okay, can we just be short? My man, you hadn't spoken, and I've noted you. I've just forgotten who else I had noted as the last speakers. Okay, those hands are down. That's fine. So these 2 hands as well, 1, 2, 3. Can we just be short, because we've now taken up some of the time for the next session, and it's going to need a lot of talking as well.
My name is Yabulela Maimenozi. I'll be short. I think people have covered most of the things, the speakers before me, in terms of it's a city hall, and there's a problem now, like with taxi fares, especially for up and coming artists that don't have those social medias and bus fare to get to town. So I'd like to say try to get closer to the people. I'm seconding that part. I won't dwell on it. And another one, like I said, the splash needs to come closer to the people as well. Budget should increase. But I also want to mention what people have mentioned, because I'm wearing a hat here of audiovisual. Whenever I see all the programs there, like the guy that was asking, we don't know who's recording the audiovisual, but there's that sector that exists. So whenever there's events, we never know which service provider, or is it the same service provider that documents? Because audiovisual acts another role, which links with heritage, which links with documentation of what happened at the same time. So I'd like, when budgets are being made or when these programs are created, that it is considered that there's an audiovisual sector, that we don't see the same faces that are covering such workshops and such programs. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on what Mama Ngonyama was saying. And because it is true, and actually every time things like these are being planned, theater is not part of it. But I know that it works, because there was a year when Soul Good actually asked us, there was a smaller stage prior at the Splash, where they asked us to do a two-hander. There's a two-hander that we had been traveling around the world, and they asked us to go and do this production there. And there was a huge audience that turned around to watch that. It was a full hour production. And we did the whole hour, and the audience was standing there. So theater works in events like this. So there is an opportunity then to provide theater practitioners with an opportunity to go and do this here. I also want to we maybe need to throw just a plan. I think there's again, maybe a suggestion is Indaba. We need to make sure that the people that are coming from the national, what do you call them? Headliners. The headliners, right? Okay. That when the headliners come here, they probably can come in a day or two before the actual time. And then they can spend time with local artists here, interacting, working, and maybe when they perform on stage, part of their set could include an interaction between that headliner and the local artist on the same set. What that does then is that it sort of profiles the local artist and assists the local audience to be able to start being appreciative of local talent. Thank you.
The last hand next to Leleto. Oh, Tamkhulu.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Tando Nombeo. I'm a representative from Bay Creatives Collective. I've got two questions. The first one is, where can we get access to the presentation from the entire duration of the conference? That's the first question. The second question was posed in the group by Bantu Mchiselwa, and he's asking, do you guys have resources or plans in place to assist the upcoming artists that you guys choose? This is to now develop them further so that they can earn better income the following year and also enable them to grow beyond the upcoming status. Thank you very much.
Quickly, Tomko.
Yeah, Mfundisi.
Is the Splash Events Coordinators job going to be advertised? That's all I needed.
You're very short.
You got to answer. Where?
I think our sector, I'm going to conclude this session with a response. Mr. Matumela, Mrs. Ngonyama, Mr. Jonas and I do not prescribe to being servants of any service provider. I've put that in black and white in the department. as recently as 3 weeks ago. And we are not happy about the process internally. But, you know, those are internal things. If you want more information, I think out of the cultural policy, events has become a specialized division in arts in SRAC. The division is headed by Dr. Kitty Ngezi. There is an events coordinator employed in the municipality. And I think what Brent is trying to do and what we're trying to do is we've stopped the boat. We've stopped the boat and we said we want to consult. And I think Brent has just frozen what is happening to accommodate a broader spectrum of participation in the program. Am I correct? And that is where we are. So the offer on the table is, while we're doing damage control, it's important to communicate with us, and whatever meetings are set up, let us do that and let us get to the point. Unfortunately, again, I have to mention Dr. Ngesi is the contractual manager of Splash Festival on behalf of the NMBM. And we are not authorized, and we are not authorized to disclose any confidential information around contracts with service providers. But I do not retract the fact that we do not, it's unconstitutional to be servants of any service provider. And that's just a statement, and it's general knowledge in the municipality that we've taken that stance, but we are here to do some damage control. And we would like to ask your cooperation in that respect. And I think we can get to a point where we can manage the contract in terms of the legalities of the municipality and speak to some of the aspirations of the sector. And that is my comments on Splash Festival. Thank you. Brent, you still want to respond to other questions?
I think from my side to conclude, there was quite a few questions that was critical actually, and I think it is about, to me, I think very critical, and that is the committee going forward right here. Remember, when I presented, I think the entire plan has been presented by the service provider with the slots and the post activities that will be taking place. But within that, I said that I propose that let's not commit on anything until we consult, until we have a collective agreement between the three parties. But my job don't stop there now. It's important that we can come up with at least 2, 3, 4, I'm not sure, names that can be proposed here that will speak to various avenues within the selection criteria and the process of how we're going to form it. That's important. And then also when it talks about the remuneration of these facilitators and that sort of thing, that is completely outside my control at the moment. We're dealing with policy, we're dealing with a contractual agreement at the moment, but nothing prevents us from me going from here, once the committee is formed, to present management with a proposal on the matter, okay? There is time involved, there is time frames involved. Remember, we've only got 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Splash Festival is around the corner. The media articles must go out. There must be various publications that needs to be made. So when it comes to the submission of local artists, whether it is of up and coming groups that must be selected, those type of things I would like us to finalize as soon as possible if we are all in agreement on this matter. And point taken, please send me the invites. I would like to attend. I would like to attend, and that's important for us to start working very closely together. It will also give an indication for me as well what's happening out in the communities. It's important. So I encourage that for everybody. You know, I'm welcome to spot me an email, send me my WhatsApp or whatever, send me. I'm very open for that. So to close, can we agree that we stop after the following presentation? Then we can just brief for like 15, 20 minutes just to select 2 or 3 or 4 people. You can decide for us to proceed going forward on Monday or Do we agree? All right. Thank you very much.
So while you're still clapping, I'll just give a brief introduction of the next session. It's a discussion of the Small Arts Grant. I'm preferring to not put a break in between so that we save time. Otherwise, I can see all of you are tired. Without further ado, welcome Vaughan back on stage.
Order, Mr. Kuze. Order, Mr. Kuze. Yeah, we're just waiting for the team to get the presentation up. The title of this brief input is Cultural Policy Analysis, the Policy Framework 2022. Now, you must remember cultural policy is cast in stone in Nelson Mandela Bay. It's policy. And my theme towards recovery is maybe just to take us on a journey back. If you remember 2003, 2005, the cultural audit, Monday, Leonard, Reverend Pasha, who else was there? Yes, it was way back. There were 3 phases of cultural audit. What we're doing today as arts and culture is listening to you, we are counting, and we are analyzing. So ATI was commissioned to do the cultural audit. And historically, looking back to 2005, like we are doing today, it involved very extensive consultation with the constituencies of arts and culture. And, you know, like with Mendi you've done, we took the report to the executive mayor. And arts and culture was initiated in Nelson Mandela Bay, formally in council systems. Then we've had the very famous isiSusa, was held at the Opera House in 2004. And where Nelson Mandela Bay Arts and Culture started was with film and video. It started with drama, with crafters, with written and oral literature, civil society, visual arts, musicians, promoters, dance and dance institutions. Over 500 consultees. There were more than 500 people at, I don't know what our numbers are today. What is cultural policy? The policy that I'm talking about, I'm just referring to it. Think of football. Leleto. I don't know. Think of football. Balo. Soccer is great to watch and great to play. I went to school on the Cape Flats, and I was the goalie in standard 7 of my class. My team never lost. But soccer is a multi-billion-dollar industry, but soccer, like culture, should play a social role in community cohesion, campaigns against crime, and contribute to the health and education of communities. And soccer does a lot in terms of economics as a business and in indirect impacts such as pride in place and tourism. We've had the World Cup in 2010 and a mixed economy, public, private, civil society, and voluntary organizations. It's the same with each aspect of arts and culture. At the highest level, Mrs. Ngonyama, at the highest level policy consequence. From the social perspective on culture, new opportunities to enjoy and participate in arts and culture must be focused in new infrastructure and in partnerships with schools and other community buildings and centers in previously disadvantaged communities. This is cast in stone. This is where are we going towards. Training and skills development opportunities must target previously disadvantaged individuals. But given the specialist nature and spread of the population of Nelson Mandela Bay, we said that it should be probably based in the city centers. It was Port Elizabeth. It is now Gqeberha. There's Kariga. We've got 2 major city centers with feeder centers elsewhere in KwaNobuhle Motherwell Arts Centers, and there's activities happening in the northern areas. What I can confirm today is that in the outer budgets of this financial year, and hopefully if council approves the budget today, we should have R1 million to activate the construction of KwaNobuhle Arts Center. That's an achievement. Motherwell Arts Center, because there's a council resolution on Motherwell Arts Center to build the facility. Motherwell Arts Center, that's still in the pipeline. I went to Sweden in 2009. I took Oyama with me, Vanto from the MBDA and Sia Mandla, and we put a plan on the Swedish International Development Agency's desk. We just need to go and visit them and see what happens. Now, national policy review suggests that this area of work will need to be a priority for local funding. This should influence the municipal budget. It is on the budgets and it is being planned for. Now, there are 7 is the perfect number. And there are 7 elements to our cultural policy framework. The one which you're all waiting for is a responsive small grants program to respond to application from arts and culture organizations, often very small, working at local level. And that is in our communities. Secondly, a direct management information and communication initiative to provide arts and culture sector with in the metro with an operational database. This is what was wanted in 2005. We've done that. We have it running. There's more than 1,000 people on our database. Possible quarterly newsletter. We said then a calendar of annual events, training seminars, workshops on how to access funds from the metro and elsewhere. And a biannual arts and culture forum where progress with overall cultural policy can be reviewed on a regular basis. The second spoke in the wheel is an advanced activity program, providing funds for the development of new professionally led programs of arts and culture activity in existing schools and community buildings across the metro, okay? The metro runs from Summerstrand to Kariga. That's the metro. Gqeberha, Dispatch, Kariga. A capital investment program over time to we founded Mendi Arts Center since 2005. It is here. It is a reality. We found the facility and we are busy equipping and planning the center's activities. And we need to do the same in KwaNobuhle and Motherwell. Now, in terms of the metro planning, sometimes we get isolated from this process. You've probably heard the word spatial development framework. And as the city progresses, as the metro progresses, we need to contribute to the spatial development for the metro. And then in terms of Mendi as well, the local arts and culture centers infrastructure, I think it's an important issue. And Utan Velitwa is not today. She's not here. Because Mendi needs an operating cost program to secure the management and quality programming of this established center, working with both within the buildings and reaching out to create other centers of activity throughout the metro area. National heritage infrastructure. What we said back in and we said it in 2011 as well. A research program to ensure that all heritage buildings and sites and intangible assets in the metro are located, evaluated, and registered. A flagship heritage and museum program that recognizes all existing major heritage assets from the colonial era, but focuses on the development of new heritage projects, capital and operating costs, such as there was, if you remember, Reverend Pasha, a proposal for the Xhosa Cultural Village. The Red Location Museum has happened, South End, we've got a partnership with there. On Red Location, we'd love to see it happening. A trails development program for tourism. So we need to invest in researching and developing series of heritage trails connecting sites throughout the metro and beyond it, emphasizing the diversity and the interconnectedness of the metro's heritage, diverse heritage. So exploring the case for a single hub. What we've achieved as a city is Nelson Mandela Bay. The Nelson Mandela Bay Art Museum is currently part of the institution. It wasn't there. And it's a thriving facility in the central business district. But what we understood then was we need to further to commission more work in terms of heritage. Now, as I've said earlier on, the national and provincial cultural and economic social policies are being reviewed. The white paper is being reviewed. And we are responding to that by having this discussion with you today. And they have and those national policies have the capacity to contribute substantially to the achievement of the Metro goals via arts and culture investment, okay? The Metro is in a position, Nelson Mandela Bay, to lead nationally on cultural policy. So, Utando, we are ahead of the game as the municipality. We are ahead of the game. The national arts, our resources. In 2011, Reverend Pasha, Monday, the national arts and culture investment in the Eastern Cape as a whole, it was really indefensibly low, you know. The lottery at that particular time was circa 10 million out of 800 million distributed to environment, culture, and heritage. What did we get in 2010? We got 23 million rand. I'm not sure, but I think if I've read up before this presentation, I think the NAC investment into the Eastern Cape is still at 3%. We had CETA-funded programs, with the honorable exception. We had 36 programs and over 5 million over 3 years up to 2011. There's the question, direct DAC spending. The following slide. Our aspiration in terms of moving forward, if you look at Cape Town in 2005, it's probably gone up now. It was 84 million to the city of Cape Town with Artscape, the Philharmonic, the Ezekiel Museums, the Robben Island Museum. And of course, these stats have changed, but not too much in terms of current expenditure. But the point is, the Metro can strive with our infrastructure program to achieve institutional funding from the DAC if we continue our capital spend program and our investment program in artists, okay? Okay, I'm jumping. Is somebody changing the slides? Okay, on which slide are we now? Policy consequences. In the context of Mendi, you must just think, this policy is for the entire city. So we've achieved with Mendi. So arts and culture at Mendi can contain a series of niche markets made up of residents and visitors. So we need to attract the spend and spread into the evenings and into catering and specialist retail arts and culture attractions. These need to be clustered in the city in program through events and spatially achieving our critical mass. This points internationally, you've heard Matthew say globally, to the creation of cultural precincts in the city centers and sophisticated events programming. Education and training in arts and culture are also best located here, and a major training initiative is required to ensure long-term local benefit. Cultural production requires an investment. We said it then, you are saying it again in the last 2 days. Cultural production needs investment. Creative industries. I think just to sum up, we need an application, we need to amend the grant and create a bursary for creative industries. The fifth spoke is production and promotion. Again, we're sticking to the framework and what we put in, what is cast in stone. An investment into professionals and to a new generation of artists, the would-be professional production emanating from the Metro's cultural communities across all art forms, in exhibitions, publications, and with the fourth industrial revolution, uploading onto the World Wide Web, as well as theater, music and dance productions. We need residency programs, festivals and showcases. Bullet point number 2, in 2011, we said, researching the creation of a new city arts festival and using that festival to build links with the National Arts Festival in Makanda and linking that festival to the sea. It's a reality today. You might think we sit in offices, but we've achieved this policy. We work the policy. Second element in terms of research and development, which is a priority in terms of GDP investment in the city and creating jobs, is working with the Film Commission in the Eastern Cape and media interest in the province. There could be a gap in one or more niche markets for film and video festivals that the Metro could address. The second thing, you don't have to respond to this. We need a new film office for Nelson Mandela Bay. Who says Mendi can't? Just give me an office. I want the film office here. Utando Beliso is not here because these are critical elements that we need to address as arts and culture. The film office, we have a facility. How do we start that? Think about that. The Nelson Mandela Bay Cultural Precinct and a new cultural institution. A cultural precinct, we've achieved on this one, the first bullet point. A cultural precinct able to deliver the nighttime economy in the CBD in partnership with the private sector, and we need to align to the tourism strategy and the MBDA. Now, in 2011, I went to Mr. Ngonyama, I went to Monde, and I said, Monde, I want to give you 2 million rand to the drama and the theater and do your programs. What has happened ever since our investment at the Opera House? The Opera House has become the Nelson Mandela Bay Theatre Complex. It generates income from the national fiscus, but it is only one building. The municipality has many buildings, and we need to build new buildings. And based on driving that agenda, which is in our SDBIP, a new cultural institution designed to bring together all the immense potential of buildings and the managements with the precincts and adding new initiatives. A new kind of cultural institution for the new century: production, presentation, outreach, training, grant management. I'll come to you in a second with my recommendations. The key to the new national resources. Remember, I said to Reverend Pasha, we need an agreement with the province and national because we need to get funding into the city. Now, putting it all together very quickly, bottom up. If I look top down, the Nelson Mandela Bay Cultural Precinct, festivals and showcases, production and promotion programs, Creative Industries Development Institute, National Heritage Infrastructure, local arts and culture centers infrastructure, and local access and information program. That is how the grant was designed. Just quickly, local access and information program right at the top here. Is a focus on township economy, simply. Cultural precincts and national arts and culture infrastructure, we need to develop that. Showcases, festivals and events, it's specialized in SRAC now. We need to look at reviewing that. The production and promotion program becomes critical for Mendi and in other community initiatives. Talent and investment in training for cultural enterprise is very critical. We need to continue, even in the New Brighton precinct, because my view is the New Brighton Cultural Precinct needs to be reactivated. And I think Mendi becomes a very critical role in terms of doing that. I just want you to read this for a second, okay? I want you to read the figures. The status quo currently for the budget, the total for this financial year, I'm coming towards the end of the presentation, is 1.6,610,000 rand. That's in the budget. Okay? But I'm saying if I look at the history of this was done in 2011, this framework. We need to increase it. And I need to say to my colleague, and hopefully she's listening, we need to increase the grant in the next financial year. We can increase it to 2.5 million, we add 1 million. But I'm saying to you today, based on what I've read in the current grant, we are in a position and should be in a position post-COVID and in COVID recovery to add another 1 million rand in this current financial year on top of that 1.5. So we sit with 2.5 million to spend now before June. That is my position that I'm taking back to the office because I've read all the applications. Lessons Local government is about economic development. We look at infrastructure, buildings, organization, and content. So we work with development practitioners and planners in our spatial development program, and we work with cultural practitioners. This is how they all think, you know, buildings, infrastructure, organization, content. The dilemma is bottom up. And I think this Indaba, if you look at the bottom up element, I was so glad yesterday, very happy, that there was political and ward responsiveness when the politicians were here and the ward councillors and the cluster representatives. Sector responsiveness and respect. The Indaba is about information, it's about job and work opportunities, it's about local venues. You're saying bus fare, it's about local transport and equipment, training and skills development, promotion and publicity. Yes, we had to get this Indaba done. We've got it done. And then we need to have regular events and marketing and national events and profiling. But again, there's a management dilemma in terms of, on the left, the top-down bullet number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, organogram and job descriptions. We require 2 grant officers to assist with the grants process. Alternatively, I've said, we can outsource that. We can create a management system, but we need a structure to do that. Next slide. A major achievement of the Living Arts Division in Arts and Culture. In 2005, the cultural policy framework was adopted by Council. In 2010, the lottery awarded Living Arts 23 million rand. And active artists and groups expecting funds, we managed to get that through the system. And I think there's a gap in terms of the city, and we need to discuss it in the city. How do we do our fundraising, strategic fundraising in the city for the entire sector? So the recommended steps, I've got 2 slides left. The recommended next steps for the 2022-2024 budget cycle in Nelson Mandela Bay. I'm speaking to my director now. We need to complete formal processes to establish budget and develop implementation plans. With the sector, from the sector, into the system. Announce the details of the grant-based program as soon as possible for the new financial year and other programs, and capacitate application. We need to assemble and align all our infrastructure capacity. And we need to recruit support for delivery from major cultural institutions. We need to commission further work in heritage and in film and video. And we need to refer the proposals, I'm very strong about this, for both the cultural precinct in Kariga and the new cultural institution strategy, including training and creative industry support, to SRAC. It is currently with the MBDA. It should be with SRAC. SRAC achieved Mendi. SRAC can achieve Kwanabushle Arts Center. We can achieve the cultural precinct in Motherwell. We can do that. It takes time. I still have 15 years left to work. So, and you know, I want you to ponder about that. But we need to work with SRAC and economic development need to work together. We need to work together. We're not talking currently. Let's be transparent here. We're not talking, and we need to talk. And because you don't have conversations, Brent found a solution to Splash because he spoke to you. He shared information. My wish today, colleagues, is that the grant program be increased this current financial year now with 2.5 million. No, so I'm not done yet. And that, you know, if we get our way, we can start 2023 and 2024 with 4.5 million rand for the grant program. But there are conditions. We need staff to do that. We need staff to do that. We don't have. And, you know, Brent and I can't burn ourselves, seriously. We have to pace this whole thing, you know. Let me just explain where we are with the current process. The current process, I have fast-tracked the process. We have got an implementation operational plan. We've got our interns working with us on the grant, and the adjudicators have been appointed as was nominated via the public process. My understanding of, I've read all the applications, and I'm very strong about the increase in the money, because we need to make sure that the local access and information programs in township economy is funded. And I will lead on that process. We are trying to finish the adjudication by the end of March, which would imply that we would start with interviews with shortlisted candidates in April, or even before the end of March. Depends how strong our legs are going to carry us at the office. So we can conclude everything by the end of March and process through interview processes and through getting through council process, the approvals for the adjudicators' decisions, to have activities in May and June before this financial year. So my personal target is to finish the process with the support of my colleagues in the office by the end of March. It's a tough call. Essentially, what we've normally done is we wanted the funds to be out before the end of June, but because we are trying to recover the sector in the pandemic, you know, I'm putting my back into fast tracking the process with respect to getting internal processes done. And I think that basically covers where we are in terms of information with respect to where we are. There's some, I just need to tell you that our threshold is 80% in terms of scoring. Utando designed the rubric, the scoring sheet for the adjudicators many years ago. And it is really a model that works for the city. And we use it annually to make decisions, you know. So, and I don't want to go into that. If you need more information on how we assess, you can come to the office. We can show you the documents. So, ladies and gentlemen, my humble request is that the floor supports the increase this current financial year by an additional R1 million. That fight, you give it to me, I take it to the office. Thank you. I don't know to ask any questions. Unless you say yes, go ahead.
Firstly, does that recommendation find favor with the House? Yes. No, that's good. How many questions do we have in total? Let's see all the hands. Oh, okay, cool. So I'll split them into 2 rounds. 1, 2, 3 Ngawelele, 2, 4 Bawo in front, 5. And then I'll finish at the back. So please walk to the mic there. Understand.
Thanks, Chair. Okay.
Asimpeni chance.
Now, thank you, man. Mine is not a question per se, because I've been in and out, and I felt good. I needed an opportunity to raise what I want to raise. Ngiyavuya ke mkhulu wa ukhona. This morning, bendihleli kunye no Mr. Nuzu Papandla. After I received lots of calls yesterday, because these things were on the news yesterday. Ngakumbi building yethu. Now, to be honest, imdaka building yethu ngaphandle. And imdaka nje, I did raise the matter, not for one. City chief, this does not look good at all. And this morning, the clearly no Papandla. Siyacela man, how about we've got icons abontshona, aboduhu, abosisinomhle, kunganjani apha phandle, xa uphuma phandle kumdaka. Kunganjani kubekho noma ngaba kuzotywe yo Winston Chona mhlambi kuthiwe phaizantsi ithi artist to market himself okanye herself drawn by uncedisa imvinjelo umzekelo bhalo luzipho so that le ndawo yethu ilapha ngaphandle ibukeke because ngaphandle xa ugqitha ayi-appetize. But if you go to eHumot okanye eSummerstrand akusozibona indawo emdaka ohlobo ngaphandle. Masingazixokiseli sithi ubumdaka budibene ne-art. That's bull. There is no such thing as brand ubumdaka budibene ne-art. Ayikho naphi na loo nto. Siyacela even nalapha phantsi kunganjani kuba kufunye diesel. I need i-budget ya-20 million loo nto. Apha phandle kumdaka i-weeds. Kutheni ungafuni diesel so that kube clean because usisiwisi namhlanje yanethe ebusuku ngomsi iyakhula. So sisicelo as abantu abahlala apha so that sibe nebhongo neqhayiya yendawo yethu. Le way yiyo ngaphandle it doesn't make us to be proud about i-art center yethu. Siyanicela ke guys, please do something about it. Don't tell us you're going to do it in July and wait for another budget. No, no, no. Bodog is keen and available to give us a painting. We've got the artist up that could draw. Why don't we commission them to do something outside so that nazo xa zigqitha apha zithi that is me owazoba unomhlenkwenyeni ubhalo ubani whoever. So ndiyacela man. Sisicelo sam Brent nawe Von, please guys take a serious election. Sisicelo please. Ngosi.
Hey, mhlekazi ngathi ubungunumber 4 or 5 wena. But ke bungena nawe mhlekazi. Ulele thungu 3. Siphose u2. I think nguba.
Hey, I'm very scared. I don't know why. But fact of the matter, what is transpired, guys? You know, when we are talking about to increase the budget, it's something sounds very good to my ears. Because at the end of the day, we want to apply with grant and aid. Because we didn't get money for years. I didn't get nothing since I'm driving my taxi. I think if you are going to increase this money, I'll be very happy. I'll be the first person to apply. I don't want to waste any more time of you guys. Mr. Jafta, we're giving a go-ahead to make plans and means. With these old people, I've already said to you that there's veterans here that they must look at after us in terms of your selection so that they can be able to come up with plans how you're going to increase this budget. Thank you. Mama, it's your turn.
So, Vaughan, there's I don't know whether it was written down or you just said it, that this center, the Mendi Art Center, needs to have a budget for the development and management of programs. Did I get that correct? I don't want to ask questions on.
Yes, the Municipal Finance Management Act states that.
Yeah, okay, great.
We need to have an operational budget. It's 0 at the moment.
Okay. Is that inclusive of programs?
Yeah, and staff and everything.
Okay, great. I just wanted to ask, I am not too sure what the status is, and I am not suggesting that funds be taken away from anyone, but I wanted to check on this. With the Mandela Bay Theatre Complex being declared as a national cultural institution, is the municipality still going to fund it the way that it's been doing? There were funds that were being directed there, right? I think for about a 3-year period, I'm not too sure. I just wanted to ask if those funds will continue, then great. But if those funds are going to be discontinued in terms of directing them to the Mandela Bay Theatre Complex, is it at all possible for us to know what will then happen to those funds that would block them from coming to a place like Mendi Art Center so that this place can also be programmed? Thank you.
It's a very important question that you ask. I don't have authority to answer it. The director is not here. I will raise the question with her and I can give you a response. You can call me anytime. But please allow me time to meet with the director and, you know,
No problem.
we are getting all these inputs minuted and scribes are writing. So it's important to raise that. It's a very, very important, but please give me time
It's not a problem.
to meet
You've
with the
got time.
director.
Bless it.
Okay, Chair, what I was thinking was, I think maybe first as artists, we must recommend that the money that is being given to the Mandela Bay Theatre Complex keeps coming, but that the city finds funding to continue with the work that needs to be continued here. You know, so that we sort of continuously finding more access for the arts. So we don't take from one artist institution to give to another artist institution. Let's make sure that they both become, continue with the funding. But then this is what I wanted to say. The first thing that I wanted to talk about this, the grant. I personally have always looked for a platform where I could talk to you guys from the municipality about the grant. My issue with the grant is, number one, it looks to me as if the grant on the one side and the developmental strategies on the other side are not talking to one another. So what happens then in the municipality is that you continue giving funding this year to this one, next year to that one, but then we don't know what happened to the other one that we gave funding to last year. And so what happened? So what happens with basically? Okay, I'm a theater practitioner. What happens basically when you create a production? It has to go through 3 levels, which then takes a period of 3 years. I think for me, so I can write a production and present it, for instance, at the Makanda Festival. And then when I come back, I've got no more funding to do nothing with that production. Then that artist then becomes very frustrated because now what they created, they can't progress it to anywhere. They can't tour it, they can't do nothing because they don't have the funding. But if we were, but if we were implementing a strategy that says, we identify that group and we keep working with them until their production is fully fledged and has been able to tour. Then now we can talk about development. For instance, if you look, I'm sure that when you look at your reporting systems, you can be able to say, in a year we funded so many, last year we funded so many. But if you were to go back to those groups that you gave the funding the other time, you might realize that some groups are no longer functioning. Some of them have let go of whatever production you funded because they didn't have the funding to continue. So what I want to propose with the grant thing is a system that says, let's fund people, even if you continue with the disbursement, but you have to identify projects that you can fund over a period of 3 years because of their possibilities, right? So that if you're funding a theater production and you find that, okay, when we gave them money, it was well received at the national. For that matter, you guys don't come to us to our productions when we take them to the National Arts Festival. I know you came some time, but people from the municipality don't come to see our productions. You give us money, then we don't see you. So you don't know what if I really did have that production in the first place. So what I propose is that we try and find a way where we fund artists for the development. And the first year that production is being developed, let it go out, let it be performed, and then when it comes back, that production needs to be grown up to a point where the 3rd year we're touring it. Now we're creating work for these artists through that money. So that at the end of the day, we can be able to point and say, look at that production. It's now at the Market Theatre. It's now at the whatever. It's now at Artscape because we helped it to develop. Because these theatres, when it's fully developed, these theatres nationally will book it So if we were to get to that place where they are ready to be booked, then we can be able to make sure that these artists are now making a living out of their art. Thanks.
Yeah, can I just respond directly to that immediately? If you don't mind, Chair. As the questions comes, I'll respond. Monday and everybody, I did, under no circumstances am I saying take away the Mandela Bay Theatre Complex's money. We are currently in a budget review process. Council is meeting today. We might find savings. That is what I'm asking you. Can I please give me that mandate to go and find savings in the department? So, you know, because you never know, there might be money in another directorate that can assist to increase the grant, you know, and also allow us to review for the new financial year, the increase in the grants. I just think we should be at 4.5. Alex, it's savings in the municipal budget, but it requires the support of management for that, you know. And that's why I need to get that discussion going. Monday, the yes. Thank you. That mandate is accepted then. Yes. Yeah. You know, I don't want to. We've got 5 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. It's 5 to 3. 5 minutes. Monday, you are raising a very critical issue because we need to review policy one of these days. We need to review, and let's agree on that as also as a principle of this Indaba. We need to review policy so we can accommodate your progressive ideas. You know.
Okay, can I talk?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's just one thing. Yeah? You talked about infrastructure. Yeah? We got buildings that are abandoned. In Motherwell, we got Marco Art Center.
Yes.
Can you find a way to recycle those buildings so that, because that building is made for art.
Yeah.
Now there's housing that is operating there. I don't know how, but housing is operating there. I have heard that NYDA will be operating there. Can that can that building be recycled for the art purposes in that cluster or in that or in Motherwell, please? Thank you.
Thank you. My response there is that I'm aware that there is funding to do a feasibility study for buildings in Motherwell. At a particular point, we will activate community consultation processes. But I will raise it with management so that we can activate that if the funds have been made available today.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to be very short. First, I want to say thank you for the background. It shows that together we can do more. You know, so the more we talk, the more things will happen. In terms of the increasement of the grant, I also support that. Can maybe push for that amendment that we actually get more on it. The Red Location Museum. What's the plan? Secondly, we request to use the art gallery at Red Location Museum. It was never opened before. When we applied, we were told that safety and health issues. I'm not going to dispute that. I'm just going to make the request. I think it's about time we use the art gallery. The place has been fenced. We've been using the yard for 54 weeks. Winter is coming again. We've been watching movies with the children under the rain. Through you, I know that I might get maybe the same answer as what Lily to court, but I understand. But can I officially say that may you kindly open the art gallery at Red Location Museum? It is the right time for it to be opened. Thank you.
Okay. On Red Location, what I can do again, I can commit to meeting with my director, raising the concern and giving feedback in future. I've got no clue as what is happening. So yes, it becomes very important to raise that as Mendi starts to progress and as the infrastructure program develops, you know. There was another hand. Nobesutu?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
It's low. Okay. As a follower of Jesus Christ, we are taught to speak the truth. And I always stand for the truth. If I speak the truth here today, it's going to disrupt this entire meeting. And I don't want to do that. I do not want to do that. Because I've seen the good work that has been done in the past there. I will speak. But will it help? Because okay, we've seen some good work there on the screen, which needs to be completed. For your information, there was never a metro policy. Never. I have a background on this. But I'm not disregarding, the work that we've seen on the screen should not be continued. For your information, 2003, we were hoodwinked, cheated, to go to a workshop in Summerstrand Hotel. Michael Berry and his friend from Johannesburg was given 60,000 rand to run a workshop for artists. We, as I said, hoodwinked. We realized when we were inside that, no, these people are working on a policy, the metro. Right. Then when we discovered later on, this is where they're at. So we say, okay, let's leave them. 2004 was the year when the policy was supposed to be launched. What happened was, we had said, since after we had recovered, and we said, let us continue because this is a good deed. But the person who was running this whole thing was Charmaine Williams. She was behind it all. And we said to Charmaine, we are not launching this policy unless you have done the work you had asked you to do. Go and consult the artist in Port Elizabeth. Go and consult the artist at Dispatch. Go and consult the artist in Utnake. Then the policy can be adopted. I am challenging anyone now, even Charmaine, for her to produce an attendance register of who was there when the policy was launched. It must be produced. Now I'm again saying, I liked what I saw on the screen there. That was good work, which we should be adopting. But let's build on the truth and not lies. Sakhe kakuhle, the way we ought to be doing. Because what I am defining, I've heard Uvon say, we. He kept on saying, we. We. Now my question is, who's we? Who is we? The issue about the municipality, I understand we've been fighting all these years about community participation. We haven't seen that for many years. I've said this, I hope I've not messed up this whole meeting. And as I said earlier on, the stuff that we saw there was good stuff. The monies mentioned there was good. Why don't we then admit that we've been wrong and then continue with the good work? I suppose many of you hate me now.
Thank you for your comments, Reverend Pasha. It is noted. Thank you very much. No, Besutu, I think
Yes.
you are the last
Um,
speaker.
Am I? Oh.
Yes, you are the
Okay.
last.
Yvonne, thank you so much for the presentation. You know, as a thespian, there are two things that we do. We do a script analysis, we do a character analysis before we play that character. As you were talking, I am a bit worried that from the way you were speaking, it is as though you do not have buy-in of some of the good ideas that you have about the industry inside municipality as Uvon. And I'm worried about that because here in this Indaba, we cannot be endorsing or adopting emotion of, yes, let there be 1 million that is added, and you are going to take that to your director as though when you said it, it did not make sense. If you need the intervention from the artists in order for you to be heard, you must raise your hand. We are here. Because I am just worried that if when as someone who works with us and then you report to the powers that be, there's something that by a communication breakdown in you sending the message, then it means yonke lento is a futile exercise. That is the first observation. And then the second one, I am so glad I'm not in your shoes as a municipality because the truth of the matter is that every day there's an artist that is born. Every day there's someone who declares themselves as an artist. Every day there's someone who needs to be supported. And the truth of the matter is that you've got the parameters which are your budget. But you will not be able to be forgiven because there is no repository to say, these are the people that you have funded over the years, these are the projects or the products that they have achieved. I don't see that data anywhere. And we are going to be sitting as artists in this room, bashing it, granting aid, that it does not fund people. And yet the first round, maybe 5 years ago, I was a recipient. But because I've not been awarded this grant in aid for the next 5 years, I because I want to be awarded again, not thinking that whilst I'm not awarded, new people are being awarded after me. And I'm saying this because this is this is some of the things that I encountered when I used to work at the P Opera House, that you've got a Jazz Afro Sunday sessions. And the first batch was 20 bands. The second batch was about 30 bands. The third batch was about 40 bands. You still have not gotten to the first band, Ipinde. You are still getting or commissioning new bands. Awukafiki kula yokuqala. So this is my worry about the grant and aid, that at face value, it's going to look as though it is not getting anywhere, it is not supporting anyone, because nani, in terms of monitoring and evaluation and also keeping tabs in terms of who has been funded thus far. I'm sure if you have that repository where you can say this is the evidence of people that have been funded, mhlawumbi nathi as artists will be satisfied to know that uTatuwela was awarded ngokuyayiqala. And as a veteran, we are happy. And unfortunately, over the 3 years, he hasn't been funded, but Mr. Kuze has been funded. Gonyakotile, and yet he's a veteran as well. So we are okay with that, because the truth of the matter is that as any funder, you won't be able to satisfy everyone every year. Bazaba khona abantu that are not funded, but if you do not have the evidence that we as artists can have access to, ingabi your evidence that is going to be hid somewhere. We need to know, Unobesutu was funded this year, this is what she did. She was funded X amount of money, and you keep tabs with that, which linked to that, the issue of a granting aid. Also, who is who in the room? I think that should be the responsibility of a municipality in terms of a database, and also who does what. We've been speaking about this. I think we spoke about it, I don't know how many years ago, Datu Pasha, where we spoke about the issue of whether it's a website or it's a directory, where at least when you go there and you type, band, jazz, unombongo comes up. And then if video kaNombongo comes up, it details of where do I get hold of uNombongo come up. And I think it's such a huge task and it does need a bit of money. So I don't think it's anything that mhlambi an artist can do, but I think with the little resources that a municipality has, probably it can assist with that so that we know who's who in the industry. Thank you.
Yes, just my final response. Thank you for the input. I introduced myself the other day. It is day 10 of March. I'm acting Deputy Director for Arts and Culture for 10 days. Nobesutu, Brent and I require access to information as well with respect to budgets. We have good ideas. We do our analysis. I think we're very capable of and making an analysis. I called the 23 million rand grant into 2011. My mathematics was accurate. And I think I'm confident to stand here and say, maybe my English is not that good, you know. I don't know. Moet ek Afrikaans praat? Okay, all right. No, it's fine. What I'm saying, Nobesutu, is that in this new setup of how we're moving the administration, we expect information from senior management, and we will, take our ideas there based on facts. We do have statistics of who was funded and who did not receive. I re-emphasize the issue of staff, shortage of staff in terms of arts and culture. I think at the National Arts Festival, you got a very excellent team. I've worked with that team for 4 years when I was in the province. I know how it operates. And I think it's that kind of setup we want to see where, we can have the administrative support to do things. We do our strategic work. It's not easy reading 103 applications for the grant, but somebody has to be responsible enough to say, look, I've read, I've seen, and I see a shortfall. Okay? And I'm just being transparent today. And being transparent is, and Reverend says we must be honest. Honesty is the best policy. Last question. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an arts Indaba. And Indaba should be bygones to be bygones. Outspoken. No massaging. Let's not massage one another here, because the pain is for us and is within us. We are the one who suffers on the ground. When I was here, I mentioned 3 C's. Alphabet C1 was criticism. The second one was cheating. The third one was caste. I'm not sure what is going on with this sector. Let me move. If we are talking of Indaba, I don't see a scribe here. Even the director that was here left us. I don't know who is taking notes of what we are discussing here. Or perhaps maybe there is a recording. If there is, that will be superb to me. If not, this is a futile exercise. No, perfect. And goes, I am at Indaba. I have to talk my talk. No limitations. Colleagues, I am irritated by 2011 that is being mentioned in this meeting. Budget. 600,000 budgeted for us here. Let me say for us here. 600 for 1 year. What is 600,000? I can go to Bay West or Kinako and do shopping with that money for one day.
Why money is being held somewhere? Why? What is 600,000? You know, if you are a musician, you've got a vocalist, you've got your band that you have to take care of. You have the venue that you have to book. There's a lot that is required. What is 600,000? Budgeting for us all, I mean for one person, is nothing. I think we need to come together. To come together. Mr. Pacha has mentioned the issue of e-policy here. That was bypassed. And give us a chance to participate on these issues. Otatu Pacha are growing. It's few years to their graves now. Others has gone. No, it's nature. It's nature, colleagues. I don't afraid of going to die. Okay, no. Sorry, Mr. Pacha, my apology. You see? So guys, man, I think somewhere, somehow, we are being robbed. Somewhere, somehow, we are being robbed. Thank you.
Thank you for all the comments and the inputs. We note everything that was said. My job is done for Indaba, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present to you. Some things are cast in stone. It's not plans. Some of them are there. It's resolved by council. We can't change those facts in terms of developing the rest of the city. You know, it's a matter of actioning that. I would like to do this maybe once a month if I have the energy and the time, you know, where we have more conversations. I am of the view, in conclusion, that our policy needs to be reviewed and updated. We have good, with the 7 spokes that we have in the approved cultural policy framework, we need to add to that. We need to take away, we need to amend, we need to look at a new activity program. We need to think about the new generation artists, the youth. And I think we in COVID recovery, we have the opportunity as Nelson Mandela Bay to be a leader in the province. We can also be a leader in terms of the country. Like the president has said, we need to remove red tape. And we need to, those things, and having a conversation with you removes red tape because we have got an audio-visual record of this Indaba. Anybody at any given point can have a look at what's going on. And be transparent. And we'd like to create this opportunity for more people in the Nelson Mandela Bay. I thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Vaughan. Congratulations to everyone for staying this long. Also, congratulations that we are actually on time and slightly ahead of schedule. That's also because we can't have the jam session because the amp is still not fixed. Yeah, but just a few announcements before we have a sort of closing, summarizing session. Brent, is that an announcement? Okay, cool. I think what you must start with is there has been a question online regarding the cut-off for applications for the Splash Festival. Applications, auditions, yeah.
I think, thank you everybody. I think the critical point that I actually just, before, when I finished my presentation on the Splash Festival, I said, after Vaughan has presented his presentation, we can just have a couple of minutes just to form or nominate 2 or 3 people to sit on that adjudicating committee with ourselves, which are 2, 3, and then which is a service provider, which is 2, 3. I think this is a start. of the next 3 years in preparation. So that's why I say I don't want to have big, large numbers, you know. So let's not one party override the other party. I think let's just have an environment where we all can raise our inputs and our concerns and way forwards on matters, especially on even the closing of applications, the submissions of applications, the selection of artists for the upcoming Splash Festival. So I think that committee would be able to finalize everything going forward, and maybe not myself speaking and preempting way forward on these things. So I would strongly encourage that whoever is in this room currently, I know excused people that's already left, you know, and other artists, whether there is 1,500 artists or 2,000 artists, which are you, this people here are representing at the moment, because we are talking to you at the moment. So I would just, let's say that, let us just have, so that when we do go back and we come back post Splash Festival, we have one voice that we speak to, and then maybe we can address the weakness and the challenges collectively going forward. And I think if we can do that as our modus going forward, even in policy discussions, even in arts grant discussions, in any program that the municipality does, let's create that unity, that one voice, so that we can start developing things together. And I do feel the last speaker on that side, the 3 C's, that is very, it's a very, very a sad post-mortem that you do of a sector. You know, it's like really cutting open a person and trying to find out what's going on. And I think we need to stop this. You know, sport has been winning for years. There's federations there. There's sectors, there's rugby union, there's soccer union, there's so many different unions, and these people come together and talk robust, and funding is being made available for these sectors. And I think, and my prayer is that we actually do achieve these things as well collectively and start engaging on these things properly going forward. Thank you very much. Yes. Phone. Yes. That is what we're doing. That is what we're doing. Could I get a representative since yesterday that the gentleman, was it the secretary or chairperson or from SIFSA? Was it the secretary? Could come to the front for me then, please. Just maybe just to open up the discussion on this matter. Thank you. Oh, okay, okay. Okay. All right.
That mic.
Okay.
Ngicela imic yesibini lenza ukwazi ukuma nayo phambili. One, two, one, two. No, mine is just rather a question. I'm going to stand here. I don't want to stand there deliberately. But my question is that yesterday, this Indaba adopts a resolution for a representative board that is going to play a role of an overall coordinating structure for the industry. And then now, after that resolution, we are coming today and we are saying, floor, let's take a decision in terms of who serves in a board. I'm confused today, because I think then the purpose of that resolution is clearly disregarded. Be that as it may, I do not want to influence the program. Kuphunywa kule program kusithwa SIFSA has done this and SIFSA has done that and SIFSA censored discussions, because you have already opened it. Now, my question then to you now that you have opened it to the floor, we've got SECA, we've got SIFSA that represents 19 organizations, we've got Bay Creatives Collective, we've got the Northern Areas Arts and Culture Alliance, and we've got all of these organizations. What is the likelihood of us getting a consensus from the floor, given the number of organizations here, and all of these organizations would possibly want representation? So I think it was perhaps an error in judgment, but I'm interested to see how the process will be concluded. Thank you.
I'm doing this for the sake of time again. I think usincedile Mhlekazi in the sense that the organizations you've mentioned, at least 3 of them, and then 1 independent artist that you can all nominate that might not come from a specific federation, just to serve the purpose of this 4 people on a committee. That's a proposal. It's fine. Yeah.
Can I just say, I think the reason for this, if the resolution was taken yesterday, okay, and the presentation that was made as well, and by the director and the acting director yesterday as well, and that it is the recognized national body for artists and endorsed and looking at ways. And I do feel that SIFSA in its own essence, with all these other bodies, there is still things to do as well. So I just feel, for the sake of time going forward, it is very important that I have 3 names. And that is important, whether it is SIFSA, whether it is that, the collective voice, it is not an official position. I'm throwing it out to the sector. I need 3 names of people that will be coming forward on this matter. Otando?
Hi, everyone. I just want to maybe clarify something, and we need to separate the issues. This process that Brent has outlined is not saying, it's not talking really about the representative body. It's for this specific purpose of getting the splash thing going. So we need to separate the issues. It's not saying that by initiating this process, we are going back on the resolutions from yesterday. So we just need to separate the issues. This is for the purposes of selecting people that will perform at Splash. The processes that we have outlined and the resolutions we took yesterday are not null and void because we are making this specific intervention for the now, because Splash is happening now, but the resolutions that we took yesterday still stand.
Yeah, with microphone.
Molweni, ndinguKamva lethu. Comrade Chairperson, I was hoping that sizawuphuma kule indaba ndingakhange ndide ndiyithethe le nto. You are an MC, that is how you introduced yourself. But ngoku, hayi, Chief, you are not MCing here. Uyaxoxa and uyasigqibela, uyasivalela. Now, iyenzeka laa nto ngesingesi xa uzawudisrespecta umntu uthi with all due respect, which is what I feel you have been doing. Please, man, please. Allow us, conclude what we have said, not what you want. Do not lead discussions to a certain way. We have problems, we have issues, hence we came here. We are not being paid to be here, which is very different from you. Now, I do not want to seem personal, but really, it is unbecoming what you are doing. Please allow Lendo Yenzeke. We are artists. I believe you are also an artist, but Appa, you are wearing another hat. Please respect us. We really, really ask of that. Ngos.
Can I ask for clarity quickly? The hands that I'm taking, are they going to propose an alternative path in terms of how to proceed with this selection of 4 people who can sit on this committee so it can conclude the work of the Splash Festival so that it can go forward.
Yes,
Is that the
MC.
discussion we are having?
Thank you, MC.
Is
I'll
it that,
prop-
is that it?
Exactly.
Thank you. Can I
Okay.
note at least a round of hands? So, Gueta Dozauqala, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Without
Thank
wasting
you.
time now, Mr. Chair. Hence, Kuchwago, the CIFSA that has been elected yesterday, of which we are not here, and we don't want to entertain that, because if we can dwell on that, there'll be a lot of things that we can say about it. Because even the criteria that has been done about that, we know nothing about that. We've been in arts and culture, everything is not going according to the plan. So I don't want to entertain that. But what I'm proposing now is, now the name of Lele Tumambe Shala, it will be okay for this just portion of Splash Festival. We're not talking about Sifsa will sort out this issue then. I don't say Sifsa must not be involved in the first place in this, but fact of the matter, the name of from this fourth that you're asking, Lele Tumambe Shala, I propose her. Thank you.
Ndiyamfutshane ke. Ndizibulisele nami enhlanganisweni. Bengicuma ndi-off namhlanje. Shini mke nawe ka?
As a Kombol,
Bengicuma ngizothetha namhlanje. Ngicuma ndi-off. Kuyabonakala ke andikwazi uba off. Ngaphambili mhlambi xa uthethayo qala uthi ezazivumelwano zayizolo uyazivukela. Mna ndizawuthetha nawe mna. Kuba yinto bithethwe nguwe.
you will get the opportunity to address me later. Can we finish this issue? Because we are not going to have time to continue this discussion.
Which issue am I talking about now?
You want to address me,
Yes,
and I'm
in
saying
the same
the
issue, in the same issue that we are talking about, because you are the one who said this and this and this and this and this organizations
I asked.
must come together. It's what you said.
I-
So that's why I'm saying to you, must start by saying uvukela izigqibo zayizolo.
Okay, I accept
Xa
that.
uvukela izigqibo
But can we
zayizolo,
respect
that
the
mean-
program at hand?
That means xa uvukela izigqibo zayizolo, asoze side sibe yiyo lento inye kweli bhayi. Because wena uthi sesiphambili uphinde ufuna ubuyela ngemva. Ane? I think uyamosha ke mhlekazi mandikuxelele. Uyamosha. Into masiyazi sithe siyavumelana there's a body. Ibhodi mayinikwe ithuba layo isebenze njengabhodi bekuthiwa kuyavunyelwana izolo ngayo ngezigqibo. Singathi sowulala sivuke nelinye sixela abantu abangananyani. Enkosi.
Tawia. Go.
Yihlata wangitata lo.
Sibetha lixesha man mhlali ngaphambili. Ndoyikisela into yoba siphume apha singayigqibanga le nto besizele apha. Sibe sixoxa ngezinto esinozixoxa nangomso. Uyaqonda? I think now mhlobo wam ne le nto ilapha esifubeni kuwe sinakho ukuyiresolve nangomso. Uvile mni nawe? Uvile mni nawe? Hayi ndibhekisa kumhlobo wakho. All right. So masiqhubekekeni man nale nto kufuneke siqhubekeke ngayo sizokwazi ukukhululeka. Ngoku into efuneke yenziwe ngamagama. Masincedane ngamagama ngoku please sizokhululeka.
Yeah, pipe back, Mhlekazi, quickly. No, Besutu, I did note him as well, so come the chance. Colleagues, can I
Right.
ask again?
Man, kubekeke, Chair.
Just quickly, leave other issues aside, help us resolve on how we solve this question of the 4 people who are going to serve on the committee for the Splash Festival. It is separate from yesterday's resolution. It does not overturn it. It is separate and those two can happen in parallel.
Sure, Chair. Sorry, leaders. Creatives. Chair, listen. You got to the number 4 because I mentioned 3 organizations and 1 federation. That's how you got to the number that it should be 4 people. I mentioned the organizations that I'm aware of that are in this room that do not affiliate with CIFSA as of yet. There are other organizations that are present in this room that I am not aware of that do not affiliate with CIFSA. So if you are saying 4 people on the basis that I gave you 3 organizations and 1 federation, there might be 3 other organizations that are in this room that will want to be given equal treatment with the organizations that you will sort of request to send a representative. Now that is going to open a huge can of worms because you are not aware of the organizations that are here, right? That is what informed my initial contribution. 80. If we had that resolution, we are more than capable of engaging these organizations and all of the ones that are not here that do not affiliate with CIFSA and submit the names by tomorrow before the end of business day. Thank you.
So the proposal is that CIFSA handles the engagement with the sector to come up with nominations at least by tomorrow, or to be fair, maybe Monday. Yeah. Does that proposal, and the critical thing there is they will engage the sector like we are, example, trying to do now. Yeah, bo? It doesn't mean CIFSA is going to elect from within CIFSA. They are going to engage the sector. Yeah. So I want Nabantu who have fears, colleagues, at times you may feel I am controlling the thing. I'm trying to help you manage the process to an end. Yeah, bo?
Chair.
I'm coming to you. I'm coming
Okay.
to you. Sure, go.
Chair. ISIFSA apha ine numbers. Ukodlula abanye abantu okanye ezinye federations okanye ezinye organizations. ISIFSA mayingasenzi ngathi sine amnesia apha. Izolo ubuzile uThando. Siyayithatha na i-resolution yokuba ISIFSA izawuba nguyo yiyo umbutho ii-artists ezizawujonga kuwo okanye usilidishe. Akhange kubekho i-consensus ethi ewe apha. Akhange ibekho. Makuyiwe kwi-minutes. Akhange ibekho. Into ethethiweyo apha, uTata uWela uthe ufuna i-constitution yabo. Kwakho umuntu obuza i-registration ithini okanye i-membership fee ithini. Kwakho obuza okanye othi uLelethu uthe bona beyi-Bay Creatives abazokwazi ukutsho ngoku into yokubana baya-affiliate kwi-CIFSA kusafuneke buyele kubantu bakhe. Yashiyeka ngolo hlobo. If kwenziwe i-error makuvunywe kuthiwa kwenziwe i-error izolo because akhange siyivale le nto. Masingaxokiselwa kodwa kuthiwe ivaliwe because akhange ivalwe bendilapha. Akhange ivalwe le issue into yobana i-industry iyavuma. That is the first thing. Othi ndiyaxoka ndicela ndiphikise. Eyesibini,
Can we
ndiyaqhuba
attend
ke
to
ngoku.
that quickly?
Or ufuna uattenda kule.
I think it's important that we do.
Okay.
And I think we agreed on a conditional agreement that CIFSA plays a coordinating role,
Yes.
but that they continue to engage the sector to get its full buy-in.
Yes, continue. Yeah. Continue to engage to get a buy-in of indirect members or direct members because apha bapenalize we izolo okanye babethiwe izolo ngento bana kusithiwa izinto zeCIFSA asizazi. Wade wathi uLelethu yena ugqibele uaffiliate kwiCIFSA okanye understand what it was when she was starstruck nguTony Goroge. That is what was said. So khange kuthiwe kuthiwa iCIFSA mayibe kanti kuthiwa iCIFSA mayi-engage ne-industry. So that abantu ba-understand, bafumane inkcazelo ethe vetshe, into yobana isifsa iyintoni, umsebenzi wayo yintoni, uzawubhenefitha i-artist njani. Kwathiwa yiloo nto mayenzeke outside of this. If bekuvunyiwe izolo, ndicinga uba umntu othatha ii-minutes bekumele uba uyasixelela into yobana sivume loo nto. Mna mntu bendilapha andikhumbuli kuvunywa loo nto. Kuthiwe ma yi-engage isifsa, i-engage i-industry. Ngeyokuqala leyo. Eyesibini ke ngoku le nto mna ndithi bethunani masingayenzi nzima into. Apha uBrent ufuna abantu abazawumela imetro ekuchongeni abantu who are going to be participants kwisplash. Sizintoni apha? Sizi-participants ze-Indaba. That is the first thing. Okwesibini sizi-artists. Okwesithathu sizi-leaders ze-councils ne-federations. Kutheni ke ngoku sisoyika into yokuba sithi sicela ukonyulwa as i-participants ezilapha, siyiyeke into yemibutho ecaleni. Ulelethu igama elireyizwa nguMr Kuze, I'm hoping into yokubana akaliraise on the basis of i-Bay Creatives representatives, because uba sizawuya kwi-reps sawubhuda, siya kwi-competencies apha. Uba uthi uraise ulelethu, hoping that raise on the basis of she is competent to go and sit in that committee and make a selection esizawuba proud nathi as i-industry. Nam ke ndenza eyam, it is not based on an organization, it is based on i-competence yalo mntu. Enecala loba yi-artist, enecala loba yi-administrator, enecala loba yi-producer, ndithi ndibeka igama likatawu, we are forward. Enkosi.
Yeah, ndifuna uvuma nje yonke le nto igqityothetwa, Chair, because I thought if we're going to try and politicize it and put it no, it's our solace. The main function of abantu that are esibonyulayo, abantu that are supposed to assist the municipality to elect, I mean to assist the municipality to elect people for its pledge. And I think unabesuthu sebenzise igama elirayithi elithi competence. So that nathi singabi disappointed at the end of the day, we need to be sure into yoba we're electing people abazawukwazi uyenza le nto kuthiwa mabawuyenza phaa.
I don't think that there's a suggestion that we were going to elect incompetent people or that the organizations mentioned were going to elect incompetent people. I want to protect everyone that's here. So please.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Shekaz. Thank you very much.
Imam Shekaz, so I want a way forward. Ne?
Yeah, nenza loo nto leyo, tatewele. Cela nje umzuzu tatam. Umzuzu nje. Sisinobesuthu yinyani lebuyithetha ne? Okwesibini, I understand Shekaz here, the matter of time in the morning was we wanted to clear the issue of receipts, but we respected that. Yeah, well, and I am worried, because we like there was a consensus for Sifa to lead the process to engage us all. I am worried. I don't have a confidence. I must say that there seems to be an agenda, which now I don't like, because the consensus was other people. I don't want to repeat it, and I understand now. We engage because of time. We could not do it. So let's just respect that. I think SIFTA needs to have a meeting with itself, because here you've been confidently appointed to be able to pull us all together. So I don't want in the yoba when it come did doubt ability in yoba lenza ngendlela efanelekileyo. You understand? But masize young lenu icelayo. Okwesibini tatam ndiyabulela. Ndimncinci kakhulu. Mna ndifuna uphakamisa igama lakaphumelela Heritage Zonel, who leads Nomhlongunyeni Foundation. He has put together many artists and has had many projects. He knows a lot of people around and he is very informed in terms of his decision. And the fact that he's not an artist, but a high administrator, I think his values and his objectivity on this will be a value to that splash.
Thanks, Lekas. The scribes have noted the names, right, Vij? nicely. Siswam ngapaya. Yes, that yes.
Oh, nam ndizibulisele igama lam ndinguNomhle Qambatha. Na bendiphakamisa umninawa as kwi-dance council because zininzi izinto like apha kwi-dance azenzileyo and zininzi ukusokola kwethu apha kwi-dance ke nguye umntu oqokelela bonke abantu and sifumane jobs. So
Thanks.
Enkosi.
That, okay, thanks. Mhlekazi.
Bendiphakamisa uPhumelele Mthathi. Nkosi.
Okay, so we have 6 names, right? Izamzali ngokugqibela. Ewe ngithetha nawe mzali.
Molweni kakhona. Kukho igama belibiziwe apha likabhuti which is akekho apha. Bendizocela mani masingamphakamisi umuntu ongekhoyo apha ngoku because andifuni sekushushu already.
Okay, that's welcome. I think the House is in favor of that recommendation. So, yes to Miss. I think we put heritage, ne? Okay. So I think for the purpose of, I think we will need a shortlisting period process of sorts. It's either we give it to Brent to sort out, or do we take it to a vote in this house on those 6 names? There was the raising of competency that would, okay.
Ndicela mhlekazi siyiqukumbele man.
Okay.
Sikhona apha amagama e6 akhona ungasikuwabize nje sisike sibhale nje numbers and then we take those people's names forward, 4 of them, so that we don't give
Perfect.
Brent i-task
Perfect.
yoba mabenze ngokwabo. Sikhona.
Okay. So, can we all agree, right, that the people who are here, we regard them as artists, right? Whether they are affiliated to whatever body and which body is overrepresented and underrepresented, we are forfeiting that right to raise that question. Yes. We are acknowledging that the most important criteria for this vote is that you are artists. Right. We're agreeing. Lovely stuff. So it'll be democratic and open. Umdu can only vote 4 times. The 2 gentlemen next to me will help with the counting. So the first name, viewer, just by a show of hands, we count and we write. Wait. I think that's an important question. Is anybody not available to fulfill this role from the people who are here and have been nominated? I think it would be those people who would be saying they are not available, those that have been nominated. So if Batule Bona, silence is consent. Askwazu Bakupa, but I think we are giving those who are here the opportunity to decline. You're not making the process any better, but okay.
We're saying that because we want Ilanuka a way forward and this thing to be concluded. Yeah, for the sake of Ilanuka meeting, you know, I don't think even, I mean, it's not a personal nomination other than I thought there would have been value, but because we are stuck, I mean, I can withdraw.
No,
the
because we're
nominee
not
for
stuck.
this-
Don't
for the
worry.
sake of- for
Don't
the sake
worry.
of us
Your
performing.
nomination is valid. Ne? If you were worried that it might disrupt the process, we've resolved that. We'll leave that issue. So don't worry. There's no
Okay.
pressure for you to withdraw.
I just want to explain how the process will work in case whoever is going to be selected must be able to avail themselves according to these type of time frames that I'm setting quickly. Basically, Splash Festival needs to be concluded by end of next week, which means this committee will decide whether we do the auditions next week, whichever venue, but by Monday, Tuesday, following next weekend, the program will be concluded, okay, Tuesday. So what that means, we will meet this coming Monday, sometime in the afternoon for 2 hours to decide how this week will unfold with people to submit applications and whether the auditions will go ahead. Then on the following Monday and Tuesday, all day must be available for SREX boardroom, where we will take all the applications, all the documents, and we will look at the lineup and the framework for Splash. That will be publicized and that will be launched at the Splash Festival, and then it will go on to all media where everyone can see who's performing. Okay, that's the way forward. Thank you.
Ungangeni wena, but it's fine. Withdraw. Are there any additions? 5 is fine. Let's vote on the 5 then. Are we fine? Cool. Vij, can you get close to the mic so we can vote? So we're only voting, you can only vote 4 times, ne?
One, two.
Yeah.
And subjecting it to a vote, we're not going to have a proper house in terms of what we're dealing with. So this process, if we're going with the vote, this process must be properly coordinated. And we must know who's eligible to vote. Because there are many countries
The point is taken and accepted, Mhlekazi. Thank you for that correction. Luby, can you also assist with the counting, ne? Sharp. I mean, I think, no, it's fine. Okay. Mabasondelege, nominees. J. Uzo, Mabakborn. No, wait. Look. Abantu bebecele ukunibona, so can you stand and just look at them quickly and then we'll vote. No. Yes. Thanks to me. Thanks to me. We're voting for 5. There is a suggestion on the floor that the veteran vote be a default one because There's nobody contesting the veteran. But you are not a veteran, man. Okay, so the process will be, we call out a name, Niapakamisa, we count, right? But let's allow the process to flow. We're all experimenting at this point. Thanks, Vij. You will lead the name calling.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Vij, kabiza magama kuqala, just to confirm.
Yes. We have 6 names.
Wait, colleagues.
Wait.
Relax.
5, yeah.
Viewer,
Reason.
call
Yes.
the 6 names out that we had.
me, Chair,
I
it's
know
5.
that one has been withdrawn. Relax.
The names we have are Sisleletu, Mambashala. Then Uputauya. Then it is followed by Pudninawa, Tatu Monde, no Tatu Pumelel.
That is how many?
That's 5.
5. And then plus Heritage, who has been withdrawn.
Who has been withdrawn.
Clear. And the people who've come forward are all standing. Yes, Dad.
Tata,
Oh.
Kutata uphumelele mthathi kutata lo.
Heritage uphumile naye benyuliwe ba makazo electwa, but he can't stand because he won't be available. Yeah. So we are left with 5 candidates, right? And I'll allow, make your submission.
Chairperson, when I was invited to this meeting, I was not invited as Utawuya, but I was invited as Utawuya, a representative of USIFSA. USIFSA that has got 19 affiliate organizations and 3 sector councils, who today trusted us to represent them. Now, I want to say, I withdraw the name of Utawuya. No. I withdraw the name of Utawuya from the names that have been nominated on the basis that those organizations we represent did not mandate us to come and accept such a nomination. Thank you.
Xolo Shem, ndinewari bona nje andazi why there are many fears kule nto elections. Ongathi abantu abazakwenza umsebenzi abazawunyulelwa. Okwesibini ndicela sibe gender passionate. Andiboni female apha kwezi nominees. Ndiyacela siyiconsideration naloo nto. Nakunona beSuthu. Ndiyacela please.
Okay, to bring a bit of order, we are left with 4 candidates and we are looking for 4 candidates. I am disappointed that you are choosing to do this. Oh, Ngosia.
Ndiyaphuma nam.
So we now have 3 candidates.
I think the House has capable people inside here. When somebody uses their democratic right, it has to be respected. as I have said that, I was very, very happy yesterday with the resolution of having CISA directing what is going to happen. Okay, if this is an attitude that's going to happen, it's supposed. Remember, we are never going to agree on everything. So if you're then given leadership to put two people together, and then when we disagree on small things, and then so I'll say, let's move forward, Chairperson. Whoever has a person that can be nominated, get that person on. Let's get moving. I'm sure there was a person who said, I think the other issues will be solved when we meet again. So I'll say, I'll propose that you move forward, Chairperson. We have 3 people. Any person in the house who has a name that they want to put through, let's have that, and it concludes the situation and we'll go forward. Thank you.
With the threat of, I think the hands can sit now. Brent had said that he's okay with 3 or 4. To cut off a back and forth, can the House accept the 3 people that have said they accept the nomination, with the exception of a poetic soul, right? Because she has not had the opportunity to accept it. But we have faith that she will. Thank you. Are we going forward or going back? Isaac.
Short people problems. Mandibulise endlini. Sometimes decisions have to be made for the sake of progress. I believe that at this point, a very critical decision needs to be made, and I will apologize tomorrow for this decision. We came together, Izolo, and I will not take it back. But on behalf of OSIFSA right now, I would like to nominate Utawuya to be on that panel. We will discuss the rest later, but on behalf of OSIFSA, I would like to keep Utawuya's name there. Thank you. For the sake of maintaining the relationships, and for the sake of moving forward, I do not want us to go back on decisions that were made yesterday, but to solidify the conversations that we had yesterday. We need to have a representative of the federation in that panel. I will apologize to the rest of the federation tomorrow. I thank you very much for accepting this.
Thank you. I'm not taking any hands, please. So we have 4 names. I think those 4 names will go to Brent. I think what is happening is why we put that condition yesterday, that the consultations continue. And I think those who agreed that CIFSA lead is also that there was an apparent vacuum in terms of who is really taking this challenge of leading the sector, right? But I think the House also did not want to conclude for others. You see? So let that work continue to find consensus so that when an opportunity like this comes again, there are no fears about a certain organization not being known or trusted or constitutions not being clear. So the resolution of yesterday stands. Thank you. In terms of time, okay, I wanted to give about 3 or 4 people to give a short reflection on the 2 days, not to raise new issues. We will have time to engage on other issues when we sit together again. Let's learn to let issues that aren't in that program for that time that we've set, let's let them go. Can we give those 3 people just a chance to collect our minds before we leave? Ndicela nizicuthe ngokwenu, I want 3. If you feel like your voice can go without speaking today, go down. Let's learn to cooperate, man, colleagues. Let's go.
I-politics yaseBhayi ze-arts zinida umuntu ozaziyo. Bawuzazi i-politics ze-arts zaseBhayi, awusoze ukwazi usiqhubela phambili. EBhayi kunabantu, if they are not leading, kuloo nto leyo ayiyo. So if you are a person ongayaziyo loo nto leyo, you will allow yonke into le. Yindalo, banjalo, abazoncedwa mntu. So you need to understand those politics. Enkosi.
Just a short reflection on the 2-day program. One, I think yesterday we came out with outstanding resolutions in terms of the operational model of Mendi at Center. And moving forward, we will see that Mendi at Center, how has it been operating now before the appointment of that advisory board, has been to the benefit of the sector. And once the operational model is finalized as per the recommendations, I expect nothing less than how it currently is now. Because this is a venue that has been accessible to creatives now, and it's kind of the new alternative space for creatives. And as well as the fact that the need for an overall coordinating structure was lengthily discussed, and we were able to find each other in saying that the Indaba resolves or adopts a resolution that says that CIFSA will play that role, but CIFSA needs to do groundwork in terms of organizing the sector. And then today, okay, there was also a presentation for the Mandela Bay Arts Festival, which I will really not delve into because it was clear, and the executive producer is right behind me. Now, and then namhlanje, xana sifika, I must say that moving forward, we must not create a culture of questioning resolutions, but we must create a culture of implementing resolutions. And I think we can all agree that there was a fundamental mistake that should not have happened in today's session, where a resolution was questioned. And then that questioning of that resolution almost had the ability to overturn it. And that is dangerous in settings as Fanana Lane. But I'm glad that we were able to find each other. I must also say that in terms of the findings that were presented, I was not impressed. I'm going to be honest. I was not impressed on the basis that all of those findings don't take into consideration the effect of COVID-19 on the cultural and creative industries, because those are findings that were formulated before COVID kube kanti iyafika. And therefore, as our rates that were proposed do not reflect the needs of the industry in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so, in as much as we can then appreciate, that there was an effort done. You know, we're grateful that there was an effort done, but isicelo from CIFSA is that la effort, let it be a foundation to build a top structure that is going to take relevant factors into consideration, including not only the question of geographical spread. All of the consultations were done in the 6 different clusters. But what we failed to look at that time is whether or not there was sector representations from those respective geographical locations. So, e-consultations moving forward should always have 2 factors that we should never compromise on: geographical spread and sector representation. It does not assist to go to Utineg and speak to 500 creatives when all of those creatives are musicians, you know? So we must be able to ensure that while we want to ensure equality, we also ensure equity. Now, in terms of the recommendations relating to the small grant, personally, I was quiet. I did not have a contribution to make, and I still don't have a contribution to make now, on the basis that I did not understand what was said there. That is why most of the inputs that came after that presentation were saying, can't we take the money that was at Mandela Bay Theatre Complex and reposition it to Mendi Art Center? Can't we use Red Location Museum for this and that? Because the presentation lacked clarity and conciseness. And then all we had is that for the next financial year, it must be 4.5 million. We agree with that, but we still don't understand some of the fundamental points that were mentioned there. Utatu Phatsha raised a crucial point in terms of policy. Ngoku presentwa arts and culture teachings from 2003 to 2005 in the presentation. Now, in terms of Isplash and Aposkoyo Ngoku, I want to say that, again, when we came here, you are not seeing Utawuya as an artist, but you are seeing Utawuya as an office bearer of the organization that mandated him to come here and represent the federation and the organizations and sectors under the federation. So the fact that I said no to the nomination should not be construed as though I don't want to assist in the progress of the creative industry. But I am aware of the fact that the organizations and the sector councils that are members of the federation did not give us a mandate yokuba masithathe such a decision. So it is upon that basis, but in conclusion, I want to say to the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, we are grateful for such a platform. It's been long coming, but it's nethemba lokuba this will not be the end of this beautiful process that you have initiated. And as Usifsa, we are going to be on your back. At times we are going to go there and we are going to tell you that this is what the sector is saying, and this is what the sector wants, and this is what is going to happen. So with those words, ndiyabulela kakhulu. Kunga, all of these resolutions that were taken here could be implemented, and heads must roll when they are not implemented. So we must remember, in May, we said a business plan is going to be created that takes into consideration this resolution, excluding the Splash and the Mandela Bay Arts Festival. We then said that before the end of this current financial year, they will be tabled in council for adoption. And therefore, in the next financial year, we don't want to hear problems such as we have a problem with the representative body, the money, the allocation for small grants is this. We must be able to say, reflecting from this Indaba, crucial decisions that have an effect on the next financial year were taken. But man, siyabulela kakhulu. Enkosi, thank you.
Okay, Mulweni Akon. So I won't add to what he says, but I just want to say I understand, but mnandi mcha when it comes to leadership, and as that happened here, there's into twist sometimes, but I appreciate them because it's a learning process for someone like me, and as leaders as call you, in a federation, even around other organizations. Number two, I understand, but there's a dark cloud when it comes to the federation. There's unhappiness, but we are new. We don't know what happened before. We don't know the things that happened. We would like to assist. We would like to play a role. We would like to defend the industry as well, as much as Basibacha. So I'm not saying take us or do not take us, but all I'm saying is that let us trust the process, because it's still the learning curve even to us. You know, we don't know. I've been into the industry, and I was talking to I was introduced by him into art, you know. So I've been here. I've been an artist, but the politics and zazi, you know, the leadership, it's a learning process. So siyanicela, siyazibongoza that give us time. These mistakes will be mended. We'll mend them with you. We want to work with you. We want to do these things with you. We want to work with you as the industry, as the artists, all the different artists. We have ideas, you have ideas. Let us find time to share those ideas. Let us find time to sit in one table and discuss it. We have heard your cries. We understand, you know, but just give us time. That's all I came here to say. Ngosi.
Kangondiphakamisa ungandiqumbeli chair ndizawuthetha into eserious nyhani engathi izawulibaleka. Bendicela mani into yobana ezaa minutes zithathwayo before zibe kanti ziya kwi-standing committee zinikwe aba bantu bebe-athendile. Noba sinikwa i-period of 5 working days uba sizifunde and make corrections so that siyazi into yoba laa nto ibhalwe, because into ethethwayo nento ebhalwayo at times iyakwazi uba khona i-crack. And laa nto izawuthethwa phaa once iye kwi-standing committee kuzawuthiwa besithe. So siyayicela loo nto leyo kwi-organizers that to everyone who has attended, can we please get the minutes, get 5 working days to make corrections and amendments, and then we send them back. And then once that happens, it's our Bible. This is something that we have sworn to. And then also the second thing, I think it's important going forward that when we wrap up the day, as we are doing today, because I think today we are wrapping up the whole Indaba, right? But when we are wrapping a day, I think Funeka is and it's something that we need to try and practice, and that is recapping on the day itself and the resolutions that we took on that particular day, so that we don't find ourselves having heard izinto as different, because iminibande started at 9 o'clock and we ended around 4:15, something to 5 is all. So it's important that we are able to wrap up the day and in bullet point form to say this is what we agreed on, so that when we move on to day 2, akukho into bana kukho umuntu ove into that engekhoyo. Ngezo nto ziyi-2 qha. Enkosi.
Mandibulise kwakhona. NdinguKamva. Mna, I think I speak as a new artist in the Bay. I've been an artist for quite some time, but ndiyafika apha kule metro. And molweni. For me, this experience has been pleasant. I've been in Indabas. I've seen worse things. So starting from yesterday, it was quite progressive. It is very commendable. Okanye kumnandi kuhle xa kubonwa abantu bekwazi ukuba basengele ethunjini elinye. So I think as much as uba singasoze sivumelane oko ngaxeshanye ngentwenye, kodwa ibalulekile into yokuba si-recognize and si-acknowledge xa sikwazile ukuba khe senze into iphumelele. Even though kubekho amagingxigingxi nokungathandi nokuthini, I'm sure siyaxolisa and siyaxolelana. But I look forward to seeing creatives as up, and I believe there are more. I look forward mna as a person from enye indawo to moving forward. And there's a closer saying that says, "Mathola nyongande kukudlelana," which simply means that people progress, okanye they get their limbs from helping or working with each other. So in that spirit, I thank everyone. Goes.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say before I leave, you can laugh. But I know that you've been funded, you've been given and opportunities that will never been given. As much as Kize, you informed me to come here today. Thank you, sir. I intended purposely not to come yesterday. Because there's this agenda that needs to come and end. I wish that agenda can come to an end. Use fairness for everybody. The art is for all of us. Favorism, or you choose what you like or you don't like, or you think that you're going to favor him. When I drive my taxi, I can drive my taxi any day, anytime. Thank you.
Before we end off, there's just a special request that I'd like us to entertain quickly.
People, the house was full when I first came, like today, it was a full house. But we're missing out on some people now. Now, the reason why I came to stand here, I spoke to the chairperson to let you know that we have people who part or depart in this world without being recognized or looked at. Or most of you might know Sisi, Annette Duplessis, Vanyuvuyiswa, siyamazi. Yeah, usizivuyiswa impilo yakhe ayikho right. So the reason why I asked for this opportunity was that I would like for us as artists in our little corners to please pray for the old lady. She's been here with us throughout. Unfortunately, she cannot be here today due to the situation she is in. Usisi is suffering kakhulu. So ndicela in your little corner, a little prayer for Usis Annette. Singahlukani naye, singakhange sibonakalise i-appreciation kwinto ayenzileyo okanye kumdlalo awenzileyo phakathi kwefield yakwa-arts. Please guys, let's pray for umama Annette Duplessis. That was just what I was communicating with chairperson, that let's please pray for one another. So let's pray for Mama. When we have time in our little corners, let's not forget one of us is not with us. Thank you.
Uyazi unibethe ngathi sikwi-wavelength esiyi-one nobhuti Chris, but ndicela nje siphakameni sonke for a moment of silence for the many artists that have lost their lives during the pandemic. Sibanike imbeko yokugqibela. Enkosi.
Thank you.
Colleagues, this has been a very robust, passionate, and engaging 2 days. And for that, I think we all need to give ourselves a round of applause. We take a note of the many such